Alrighty, good luck.
From the Lodge Mahal in beautiful Austin, Texas, welcome to the Lodge live stream and a special edition Heads Up Challenge number 4 for Doug.
Good start.
Slick Rick along
Pop anyway.
with the one man, as they're going to determine who determines pays the tip on that one. But the one and only, the man who's seen probably more Doug Polk heads up hands than anybody in the world, Mike Brady, in the bunker with me.
What's up, everybody? Excited to be back here. It was a long day yesterday, especially for Doug. I can't imagine how long it felt for him. Was not going his way all day, but today's a new one. Fresh stacks, 100K each. Let's get to battle.
Yeah, as you notice, look at hand number 386. We're picking up right where we were yesterday. They got over 380 hands in yesterday. Expect a little less than that today. They're going to play 1 hour less today. Players have decided they'll go till 7 p.m. Central Time. Owen, I got a chance, Mike, to sit down for a few minutes with Owen because we didn't really know much about him. As you see, both players rebought for the 100K there. He's 24 years old. He won his first ever tournament without studying at all. So he's, I guess, unnatural, but then he dove deep into the solvers, he said. So won the first tournament ever without any studying.
Impressive stuff. Tough to do.
I'll tell you more about him later on.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear, because if you didn't tune in yesterday, you might know that I and pretty much no one else knew anything about Owen. There's very little info about him online. He hasn't played very much live poker at all. There wasn't even a photo of him playing live poker to use for the thumbnail yesterday. So pretty wild how this guy's kind of just coming out of the woodwork. I'm sure he's, you know, well known but in a group of people who play online, but
yeah,
to people like me, just wasn't on my radar.
Interesting. He told me that he didn't even have a Twitter account. He only created one to communicate with his poker coach. And yesterday he was getting all sorts of responses, positive and negative. I said, hey, Twitter is like that, Owen. Get used to it if you're going to be on the Twitter streets.
Hold.
Yeah, and overall, Owen played magnificently yesterday. Made a lot of great plays. Has a lot of moves in his arsenal.
One of these.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever had over 380. Or I don't even think we've had mid 300s.
Yeah, someone told me I was getting flamed for tanking, and I was just like, what?
I don't think so.
I think you'll get flamed for anything, though, to some extent.
Yeah, the only times I thought that you maybe took a little long
Raise to 45.
in the whole day was like before you had the ace-8, knight ace-queen. So that was a pretty
I'd like for a lot of that, I'd lost the size of the pot,
Yeah.
and so I was just like,
But that was a really weird hand too.
yeah.
And then a couple of the bluffs, I felt like it took a while, but that also could just be that it's so painful when you fire a big bluff and you want them to fold that it just feels like it's ages. I don't know how long the King-Jack 8-7 went on for, but it felt like it went on for... No, there was another one that actually felt longer. Let me think about this.
Yeah, I mean...
10-8 felt like it was... but I don't really know how long those went.
Yeah.
Time stands still when you're on the river bluff, you know?
You will notice that the cumulative winnings there include yesterday's tally.
I got aces, nice.
What is off?
Interesting to note, Doug issued the heads-up challenge 4 months ago, almost 4 months ago to the day. Got 4 challengers to date. Of course, we know Bill Perkins. Doug lost about $30,000 to Bill. Next up was Scott Ball. Doug took him for about $264,000. Kevin Rabishow was just a few weeks ago. Doug won $172,000. So including yesterday's loss of $188,000 in the challenge, Doug is up $218,000 coming into today in the challenge.
Gonna see our first 3-bet pot here. Doug putting in 4,000 with the King-6 suited. Owen with the King-Queen of clubs. Easy call on the button. Both players flop a king. It's a good board for Doug as the player who re-raised, but he has one of those kind of middling strength hands, so he does choose to check. Owen, as I was saying earlier, played very, very well yesterday. also ran very well. He actually said towards the end of the stream, I ran embarrassingly well today.
Yeah, I asked him about that.
Yeah, I mean, combine that with a lot of great moves, a very well-studied player, and that's how you win $190,000 off Doug Polk. It's good work if you can get it.
That's 8,000. Oh.
Doug checks and calls a bet on the turn and gets lucky on the river. We're going to split this one up unless one of the players folds.
Check.
King.
They're going to chop that up. Yeah. I asked him about that. I said, you made a comment yesterday that you ran insanely well. He agreed. And through all 380 plus hands, Owen said he thinks he only made 2 mistakes yesterday, which is quite impressive in that many hands of heads up.
1,000.
Clubs continuing to be hot. They were very hot yesterday.
Check. $800.
Doug comes with a bet. Owen was just 10 high, but he's got some backdoors, 2 overcards. Quite likely he's going to continue. That he does. 3,600 going into the turn.
Check.
Doug picks up a gutter.
Check.
There's a straight for Doug. Now, Owen has just 10 high here, and he check called the flop. Does he want to bluff now? It obviously wouldn't work, given Doug's hand. Looks like Owen's going to go for a
18.
kind of a medium size. 1,800, it looked like. Yeah, half pot. Doug's
Exactly.
going to call quickly.
10 high.
Got the 2 dealers again going today. We've got Bellagio Anthony facing you right now in the camera. And then the amazing Liz is the other dealer. Safi is our game host today.
Please, 4,000.
And we got a little Monet painting in above the fireplace. Great choice by Safi.
This is gonna be my last one of these for a little bit. I have a couple trips and no one on the schedule for a little.
Call.
You heard him, folks. Doug does not have anyone scheduled to play him. So if you want to come take your shot,
We'll be happy to accommodate if you want another match.
Check.
Oh, more of the gorilla guys, huh? The whole jungle's coming down.
Yeah, indeed.
Check.
Excuse me.
yesterday Doug was calling these little bets from Owen pepper bets. Doug felt like he was getting peppered left and right. Probably lost a good $4,000 or $5,000 yesterday calling Owen's tiny bets like that.
This was the tweet that Doug sent out back in March 24th, almost 4 months ago to the day, he issued a heads-up challenge to the world, 100K. Come one, come all.
Raise 4,000.
Doug active in the 3-betting streets today. I think this is his 3rd one already.
Call.
Owen has a hand he's going to be calling with against a 3-bet. Heads up poker. Would be a different story if we were playing with more players at the table. Both players pair their non-9 and have a gut shot using the 9. Overall, nice flop for Doug, but he does just check.
It's 4,000. Call.
Owen's $4,000 bet, called by Doug. Owen needs a 10 and a 10 only to win the hand. 8 to chop. 4 on the turn. Made sense for Owen to bet the flop. I'm not sure if he's going to want to bet the turn. Doug could have a hand like ace-queen, ace-king.
Wow, going big here, Mike.
16,000.
Pot size bet.
Very interesting.
Call.
Check mark for Doug.
Jack.
He's
Goes check, check on the river.
48,000.
Quite quickly. Yeah, nice size pot going Doug's way. Interesting big turn bet from Owen there. Trying to eke out some value from hands like ace-king, ace-queen maybe.
Oh, God.
Or get them to fold.
Is it gonna be,
Doug started the
it's gonna
day
be
down
one of those,
180
huh? On
to
the turn, I was like,
8,000.
here we go. Are we going in?
I had
1,000.
I had
The hearts
no, I had just enough to pray for a win.
really getting some disciplined folds in there.
Interestingly enough, Owen, more on Owen's 24 years old, started when he was 20 years old while he was in university over in London. And when he was broke early in that short 4-year career, his dad was one of his first stakers. I asked him, what does your family feel about your chosen profession? So they are all in for it, and they are very supportive. In fact, my dad was my first backer.
Very different theme today. We went with something more, a little more.
This is Monet
Is it Monet?
from 1867.
Is it the actual piece?
Yes.
We increased the marketing budget, huh?
Raise 1,100.
Hope we ran that by the accountants.
Feel like I'm going to high tea.
Call.
Going to what?
High tea.
High tea?
Yeah, it's like the fancy tea with the little
Oh.
sandwiches.
In England, when I visit my family, they call it afternoon tea.
Afternoon tea.
Is that? I didn't know it's called high tea. High tea makes sense. It's like high noon kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very fancy.
Both players pair their kicker. Doug with the best of it again.
Call. Check. Check.
Turn checks through, and the flush completes on the river. Doug's still with a quite strong hand here, though, with the king 10. I would think he's going to go for some value.
2,600.
Owen with just a pair of twos, but he can beat some hands.
King 10.
Call.
Doug would have been bluffing there with hands like Jack 9, 9, 7. So looks like a loose call from Owen, but I think it makes sense.
One nice thing, in one way that I've been running actually pretty hot these sessions, I feel like all of those spots, I've just never really had weak hands. Like, every time I'm in that spot, I'm like, which size do I want to value bet here? I never have, like, the 9 high, and I have to, like,
Yeah.
figure out where I'm bluffing.
Doug did not get aces a single time in 380 hands yesterday.
Twice
And today he's already has had them twice. And he's getting 3-bet. Doug's certainly going to rifle in some more money here, and I don't expect Owen to fold. King 10 suited is a very nice hand heads up. We could see a 4-bet pot quite early. Doug makes a 13,000 to go.
Pink chips 5,000, yellow chips 1,000, purple chips 500. If you happen to see an orange chip later on, it's 25,000.
Owen does make the call.
55, I think.
Total bricks on the flop.
Yeah, 60.
Check.
If you think Doug is going to win this hand, hit that like button. Helps us out.
5,200.
Doug goes for the small bet, 5,200. Owen quickly gets out of the way. Doug wins another nice sized pot. He's up 40K today early. Cuts into that 190K deficit that he's working against from yesterday.
Yeah, and his mindset coming in, you know, remember he was down to K-Rab in day one, about 80,000, and ended up winning over 200 in that second day. So he's been here before, never down this much, though, in any one of these challenges.
I think he might. Do you remember if he had a lower point against Crab than
Fold.
the 190?
I don't remember.
I feel like he was down more to Crab at one point.
He could have been.
But I don't remember. If anyone in chat remembers, do a favor and refresh our memory. I think he might have been down like 200, 220 to Crab at one point in that first session, and then he kind of battled back to quote-unquote only negative 80,000.
I think you are correct.
Check.
Check it.
Both players with clubs here. Doug electing to just call 10-9 of clubs out of the big blind. I thought he would 3-bet that hand almost every time, so I'm surprised to see him call it. Both players with some nice backdoor opportunities here. Looks like Doug's going to leverage his to check raise. 2,100 to go. And Owen with just king high, but he's, like I said, got a lot of those backdoor opportunities. I don't think he's going to go anywhere. Let's take a turn. Both players turn a gutter.
That's 2,100.
Doug keeping up the aggression, but for quite a small size, going around a third of the pot.
Call.
Owen comes along.
Interesting hand early here. Both players with squad douche going into the river. There's a pair for Owen, but it brings a third spade. See if Doug wants to bluff with this hand.
That's 3,500.
Got a third size pot bet from Doug on the river.
Yeah, I guess Doug is representing a hand like King Jack, Queen Jack, something like that. Owen getting quite a good price, though.
Might lose to a bluff.
What do you have?
I have a 5.
It's going to be a tough hand to call with.
Wow.
I love this.
God, this would be such a sick call after that comment from Doug.
In the tank.
I don't even know what I'm expecting to see here. I just don't think it's value. Yeah, I call.
Makes the call. Finds the call, even with the...
I found something.
It's just like this doesn't smell like a value hand.
Yeah, gotta try sometimes.
Heck of a call from Owen there.
1,000.
It was a small bet from Doug. If Doug had put him to the test with a bigger bet, I don't know if he could flick it in.
Raise 45.
Fold.
Yeah, one of the great things we've learned and seen.
I see, you meant, I don't know what I'm expecting to see here for value. I thought you meant what you're expecting to see here as a bluff.
Kind of both.
Or just anything.
I was just like, I really didn't believe the value though, and I was like, we'll see what the bluff is, but the value was not adding up.
That's
at all.
unfortunate.
Raise 100.
I'd like to think I would have value, but I guess you never know.
What I was alluding to is the conversation back and forth between the players and throughout this heads-up challenge has just been so fun to listen to.
1,000.
And we're going to definitely let y'all listen as much as possible when they're talking today.
Check.
Both players flop a gut shot straight draw here. Doug with a pair to go with his. Now an open ender for Doug. See if Owen wants to fire in a bluff with this hand. He does, and he's going to go on the big side. Yeah, 1,500 into 2,000. Doug's certainly not going to go anywhere with this hand.
Oh.
Take a river.
Check. Check.
Queen high.
Doug will take that one down. Folks, you are not going to want to miss this coming just around the corner, just a few weeks away. The Mega Monster $1 million guarantee right here at the Lodge Mahal. $400 buy-in. Listen to this, folks. There's 24 day one flights. $1 million is the guarantee, but $250,000, a $250,000 is reserved for first place, guaranteed. You can bag multiple times and bring,
Raise 4,000.
I think, 2 bags. Combine up to 2 bags and bring that to day 2. $400 buy-in, folks. Get here to the Lodge. I'm playing in it. Doug with the snowman here.
Check. Check. Check.
Doug's eights hold up here after the turn. Owen's got a straight draw, though, and it looks like he wants to start putting in money. It's full pot, 8,000 into 8,000. Pretty good card for Doug on the river.
Check.
Eights.
Doug is going to take another one down. I see TM in chat. Congratulations to TM, who won a World Series of Poker ring up just north of here recently. Congratulations, TM. The Lodge was a happening place. Yesterday, actually 2 days ago, I was at a table with a World Series of Poker bracelet winner this year, Jay Lockett, who plays at the Lodge. And the next table over, Blue Man Group Joe, who also won a bracelet. The Lodge, home of champions.
45 and fold.
And Slick Rick.
You'll be a champion one day, Rick.
One day.
You just gotta play it. You just gotta play enough tournaments. That's really what it comes down to.
Exactly.
Doug off to a quick 44K lead today.
Call.
That means he's down about 140,000 total against Owen. Both players flop a pair here. Owen with the best of it.
Check.
It's gonna be a good card for Owen to get some money out of Doug.
1,500.
Doug gonna go for some value.
Call.
Clubs get there on the river. It might prevent Owen from being able to raise for value if Doug bets again. Let's see what happens.
At 1,600.
Well, Doug goes small. Around a third of the size of the pot.
Raise 8,000.
Tough spot for Doug. He has the 8 of clubs, which I think matters quite a bit here. If Owen had a hand like, 8-6 of clubs, 8-4 of clubs, something like that, he would also make this raise with his rivered flush. So it's kind of nice to have that card in your hand as Doug. Nice fold from Doug, though.
This hand.
Gets away from it.
Yeah, I asked Owen if he prefers cash or tournaments. He says he plays
something
both
over
about
there?
equally.
Yeah, maybe just a piece. Small.
Also said he found out about
I
this
too had a
challenge through
small
his
piece.
poker coach, who recommended he
I
give it a
dare say I
shot.
had a medium piece, actually.
I believe his coach is Uri Peleg,
Yes.
if that's the coach
I
he's
had like
talking
an
about. Yeah,
appetizer.
he's
Wasn't
actually an
entree,
upswing
but,
poker
like,
coach as well.
something you could sink your teeth into.
Check.
He made a great course for us called Elite Cash Game Exploits, all about how to exploit actual players that you're going to be playing against and kind of take advantage of common tendencies and stuff like that. Identify tendencies, take advantage of them to the max so you can maximize your profit. That's Uri Peleg's whole approach. And Owen is his student, so
Yes.
I think while Owen does clearly have a very strong theoretical, technical game, he's studied a lot using tools like solvers. I think he also probably has a strong idea of how to adjust his strategy to exploit his opponents.
Yeah, he said he played primarily exploitative to start his playing career and then got deep into the solvers. You know, something also interesting is that, you know, he didn't really dive too much into Doug's previous challenges. He said he got to watch about half of the K-Rab challenge, but didn't watch the other two to prepare for today and yesterday.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. In an ideal world, if you have unlimited time and you're preparing for this challenge, sure, you watch every second of every other match. But is it really going to be a better use of your time than just studying the spots and how they work in general? Especially against a player like Doug, who's not going to have a ton of huge holes to exploit. And kind of more importantly, even if Doug has holes to exploit, which I'm actually sure he does, do they actually come up in these matches enough to where watching, what would it be, a total of 50 hours of footage, just to maybe learn one or two moves that may or may not come up in your match? Is that really worth it? I would say maybe not. So
Good
Owen's
point.
probably kind of prioritizing, let's just study the game in general. Let's study heads up. Let's improve my heads up skills generally,
You've checked
rather
your check. I
than
wasn't trying to settle.
watching every single minute of the 100K heads up
I
challenge.
was at first. I was
But if you want to watch every single
I was like,
minute,
wait.
you were watching at home, you can.
like if I thought
Every
about
single
the line,
match
that obviously didn't make sense.
is on our
But
channel.
Yeah.
I just thought I saw it, so I was like,
Yeah.
It's early. The energy drinks thing.
Hit that like, subscribe. I think we crossed
gotta
over
click-
135,000 subscribers. We can't thank y'all enough.
You looking forward to jumping out of a plane and 15,000 more subscribers, Rick?
I am.
Check.
I got
That's right,
more.
folks. If you haven't heard about it, our own Slick Rick is going to be skydiving, jumping out of a plane once we hit 150K subs. So if you haven't already, hit that sub button. Hit the like button, too, while you're at it. It's right next to it.
Check. 2,000.
Pot-sized riverbed here for Doug.
As we wait for Owen's decision here with King High, I see some people speculating in the chat on how much heads up Owen has played. Because apparently he had a big month online last month. People kind of speculating, was it in heads up? Was it in six max? Was it in tournaments? All I know is yesterday in his match against Doug, Doug asked him basically, do you play much heads up? And Owen's answer was largely no. I haven't played too much heads up. In fact, a lot of the heads up I've played was in the last little bit preparing for this challenge. He was playing on America's Card Room, playing some heads up on there. I think he was playing like 25, 50 stakes in that range. So I don't think Owen's played a ton of heads up.
You win.
He's just played a lot of poker, though. And he's going to make a nice hero call here with King High, win the pot.
See, Skull Mike is in chat there. You see some tournament action just outside the studio, under the lights.
Great,
That's the
there.
bounty tournament, the Friday bounty tournament.
Yeah, of course.
And then tonight's one of my favorite tournaments of the week, the
The king's
Friday
kinda like the obvious
freeze
thing.
out.
The spade is like the less, when we're sneaky good.
4 tournaments
know.
every
I don't
single
know.
day
I
here
feel
at the
like
lodge, at least.
I feel like the spade, like everyone can see when they block the nuts. You know what I mean?
True.
Yeah.
That is true. But I would just say, to the common man, the spade's a little sneakier. Just mull it over. Ask some noobs.
Check.
See what the noobs have to say. King, strong card. 4, very weak card. Seems not good.
Are you charging for this content? I feel like this should be behind a paywall.
Not for that content, but you know, you make a good point.
Check it.
Seen a few YouTube comment sections in my day. A lot of really intelligent, thoughtful people in that area.
That's exactly what I've heard, actually.
It's funny, Owen
Might be the tightest fold I've made today.
had set up his Twitter, as I
Right
mentioned,
there.
just to communicate with his coach
Wow.
I
a
folded
few
a
months ago,
pair.
but was surprised at how many people
A
responded
pair.
to him yesterday, because we tagged him
Pretty.
his
pretty
Twitter
bold.
address in a few of our social media
I'll put that
tweets.
line.
Couldn't believe how many comments were made about his shirt yesterday.
A changed man.
They just don't make pairs like they used to, you know?
The thing about the internet is if something is there, the internet is going to comment on it. And the more notable it is, the more they're going to comment. So you just, when you wear anything that's not kind of vanilla, you know it's going to get a lot of comments. It's just that simple.
1,000? Check.
Pair for both players here. Gut shot for Owen. Another heart. Nobody with a heart, though.
Check.
Little chop action here.
See if Owen tries to eke out some value here with another one of those pepper bets. Yes,
Very
he does.
They're going to chop that one up. With 1,700 people and growing, watching right this second, how about we do a little roll call? Let us know where you're watching from. We always like to see all over the world on this glorious Friday in Texas, where it's about over 100 for sure. Yesterday I got in my car, it said 115 degrees. It's hot, but not in the lodge, though. 9 high board. Pair for Owen.
Check. 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 $700.
7 high.
Owen's going to take down another small one. People from all over the world. I see Sweden, Brazil, Boston, Atlantic City, Winter Haven, Florida, Salt Lake City. Thank you all for joining us today. Paul West checking in from Japan. Chad from Taiwan. Thank you all for joining us today. We'll be on for a while. We'll go to about 7 p.m. Central Time. And it just is about 1:20 p.m. So we got a lot of hands to fit in as Doug hits a king on this flop.
Check. Check.
Check down. Doug's got to feel pretty good about his king. Gonna go for some value.
14.
Owen with a pair. This isn't the same as the last hand where he called with that 2. So this is a kind of a much worse spot to have the 6s here. Great fold from Owen.
If you want to play on the Lodge live stream, plenty of places available in the upcoming weeks. Contact Skull Mike. Go to the lodgepokerclub.com/livestream. Fill out the questionnaire or go directly to Skull Mike on his Instagram or Twitter at Skull Mike Poker. We'll make you a star. And you'll have a lot of fun.
$3,000.
Owen fires 6,000 into an $8,000 pot.
Doug's got that Queen of Clubs, which is a pretty valuable card here. Removes some of the Queen Jack, the Queen High clubs. Doug's going to make a nice call.
Lodge open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Austin, Texas. If you're flying in from out of town, you'd fly into Austin Bergstrom International Airport. Take the Uber or rental car to the Lodge, about a 25-minute drive from the airport, depending on time of day.
Yeah, and if you are joining us from out of town for any of our big tournaments or just to visit, because it's a great place to visit, check out our hotel deals at thelodgepokerclub.com/hotels. You get the special exclusive lodge discount at 4 local hotels. Save you some money, keep you close to the lodge so you can come on over and play easily.
Check.
Flop goes check in this 3-bet pot, and Owen pairs up on the turn. Doug with just 6 high. He chose not to bet on the flop. Doug's not going to check anymore, though.
5,700. Call.
9 on the river. Doug still with just 6 high. Owen's got that jack. 19,000 in the middle. I would imagine Doug is going to want to fire a bet with this hand. Looks like it's going to be a big bet. Looks like full pot. Doug representing an ace that checked the flop, or maybe a hand like king-queen here. Something like queen 10 is possible too, pocket 9s. Pocket 9s probably doesn't bet the turn. So it's a pretty narrow range Doug is representing, because you'd think he would bet on the flop with a lot of those, you know, ace-queen, ace-10.
Owen has found the call button on each of Doug's bluffs today.
I just can't stop seeing 10-8 off. I've got an 8 in my hand though, that's not helping my case.
Doug had a lot of bluffs with the 10-8 off yesterday. That's why Owen is calling back to that hand.
Lays it down. Doug gets one through.
That would have been a pretty spectacular call from Owen there. Can't blame him for folding. Nice bluff from Doug.
So I've earned some respect that 10-8's in play, huh?
10-8 off is very much in play.
That's good. I did not have 10-8 off.
I was just there on the river, just like, well, 10-8 off turned to draw. How can I fold? Like,
Oh man.
it wasn't very helpful to actually trying to think about the hand. I couldn't get much further than 10-8 off, though. Like,
Check.
Doug now
It was
up
expensive to get that
55,000
reputation,
for
but
the
it
day.
was money well spent. I had 10-8 an absurd amount yesterday.
yeah, yeah.
Then I was
exactly.
talking about it, and I'm like, if you play big pots 10-8, I mean, you're going to lose a lot of money. I looked at 10-8, open it up. I'm like, what the hell? It's like every hand I had 10-8.
He could just open fold it.
Check.
Owen deciding against a bluff on the river there. Doug not going to check anymore. Going to go for some value with his middle pair. Don't really think Owen has too much to consider here with king high. Yeah, and he lets it go quickly.
So this is day 2 of a 2-day match. Yesterday it was all Owen. Left last night up 188,000. The two met back here for day 2, and so far through about 40 hands, Doug is up 56,000 for the day. So he cut into that 188,000 hole that he was in. Lots of hands to be played. Yesterday there was 386 hands. Today we'll have a little less because we're going to go an hour less, but still none. We're going to go well over
I looked at the 10-8 hand.
650,
I like that 10-8 hand I
700
played.
possible hands total between yesterday and today.
Flop frequency is fine, river frequency is fine, but turn doesn't really bet very much.
Yeah.
But like I did low frequency and it still did occasionally. It's like one of those plays where it's like you could definitely convince yourself, yeah, this was fine, but like was it punty? Was it fine? It's in the conversation.
Everything's a low frequency play if you squint.
That's a very good point. It's a very, very good point. It's a low frequency play is definitely the modern version of like I had a read or like
yeah.
like whatever. It was a low frequency play. Like, oh, it was fine then, whatever it was low frequency.
If you're just joining us, I'm Mike Brady, VP of Upswing Poker, partner at the Lodge Card
I find
Club.
it kind of refreshing to talk to the like super heavy explo people who it's like every hand is in a vacuum because they take so much more ownership.
Yeah.
You know, it's like if they get called, it's just like, okay, I shouldn't have bluffed him here, you know, and it's like, I don't know, you're never gonna, you don't hear excuses.
Oh, I don't know, man. I think the exploit people make a lot of excuses. You're just thinking of Yuri.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a guy in the group I'm in that like regularly posts his punts. He's like some like insane redliner, and and like he'll just often be talking about like, this one was so dumb, like I missed this, and this. But,
Well, that's good. I mean, accountability is good, but
yeah.
I just the exploit people. I've heard so many hand histories like, all right, it's the guy that had king 10, and he knew that I had it.
Yeah.
But this time he woke up with aces. How unlucky is that? I don't know, man. If you put that sixth bet in on a versus under the gun raise, you might end up up against the aces a good amount of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it just like swings both ways, and it's probably more about the type of person they are than how they play poker.
Check it.
Interesting turn card here. Doug picks up a double gut shot straight draw now. Owen with a nut flush draw and a gut shot of his own. As I was saying a moment ago, I'm Mike Brady, joined by the one and only Slick Rick, regular commentator here at the Lodge.
Fold.
This is round 2 of this match between Doug and Owen. They played yesterday, and Owen handed Doug his biggest loss yet in the 100K heads-up challenge. Got Doug for about 190,000, and whenever you see the cumulative winnings today on your screen, those are going to include the results from yesterday. So just keep that in mind when those pop up. Right now, Doug is down around 140,
How much are you
130,000
playing?
for the 2 days combined.
All right, thanks.
Getting word that Owen's last name is Messere.
Yeah, Messere, I guess. I was kind of saying it the Italian way. Messere. It's probably how Italians would say it.
We got Owen right.
Yeah, we have experience with that one.
Seeing a lot of new people in chat. We welcome everyone. Seeing a lot of our regulars. We love everyone in Chatsville.
Oh,
10-8 off. There it is.
I wonder what wonders awaited that hand. The world's your oyster with the 10-8 offsuit.
Yeah, I had a very bad 8, so maybe you could have won that one.
Possible.
1,000. Raise, free.
Fold.
Mr. Nice Guy says, brand new here. Awesome coverage. Well, we appreciate it. Welcome. Whether it's your first day or you've seen all of our 400-plus streams, we welcome everyone. Owen with the Gretzky hand here. And hits a set.
See if he decides to bet it here. He would likely lose his customer if he does. Yeah, especially for that size. Unfortunate for Owen. Owen does seem to use those bigger sizes, electing to go 3/4 pot. I think even over pot sometimes when it's like an 8-high board or a 9-high board
1,000.
with 2 accompanying low cards. That's what the computers do as well, so that's why Owen's doing it.
Check. $700. Check.
Owen picks up a club draw.
Check.
A 9 will work as well.
Yes.
Owen takes the lead. Worth noting, Owen electing not to rebuy at this $41,000 mark. He was talking about yesterday how much he likes 100 big blind play in general, how he thinks it's a great game. I actually think it's quite good for viewers too, because when you're only playing 100 blinds deep in heads up, you get a lot more all-ins, a lot more interesting stuff like that, a lot less defensive play pre-flop, like you'll often see when they're sitting on huge stacks. So, as a viewer, I'm okay with it. That said, Doug is trying to make up a 190K deficit. He might prefer Owen to rebuy, or maybe he's indifferent. Doug's going to pay this one off. Nice pot for Owen.
So we told you about the Mega Monster Tournament coming up in September. This is, once again, we do this twice a year. The Mayhem Series. This time it's the Fall Mayhem, September 5th through the 18th. 16 different events, $1.5 million in guarantees. This includes a main event, $1,200 buy-in. Includes a tag team event, I believe, this year in the fall,
believe so.
which is my favorite. Still looking for a partner.
And if you want to see the full schedule for the Fall Mayhem series, just go over to thelodgepokerclub.com. At the very top of the page, you're going to see a big hero section that scrolls by with the upcoming events. I think the second one on that list as it scrolls is going to be the Fall Mayhem. Just hit view schedule or whatever it says. You can check out all 16 events that are happening in September. We're also kicking off that series with a meetup game on the preceding Monday. It's going to be September 4th. So if you want a chance to play with Doug Polk, Brad Owen, I believe Andrew Neeme will be there as well.
Nice.
Book your trip to come in on September 4th. It's not announced yet, but we've discussed it and everyone's available. So I'm considering it booked.
Yeah, I think that's Labor Day, right? It's the first Monday in September. That's awesome.
That is the first Monday. Yeah, you're right.
Fantastic. Owen's starting to hit some rivers here.
Doug thinking about paying this one off with Queen High, and he's going to do it. Flicks in the call. Owen with another nice pot. Brings him back up to a 50K stack. He's down just 50,000 now.
Yeah, those meetup games, they just keep getting better and better. You know, anytime Brad, Andrew, and Doug are in the room, it's electric, it's fun. Got some of our other lodge personnel that you get to play with. Skull will be there. I'll be there. It's just a lot of fun. And it usually precedes a big event like Fall Mayhem.
Interesting flop here. Owen with top pair, Doug with an open ender and an overcard.
700.
We're going to see some money go in here for sure.
Call.
There it is for Doug.
Check.
Let's bring a third diamond in there, but Doug with the straight.
$22. Fold.
Owen gets away on the turn. Nice fold.
Yeah, Frank, even if you're not a tournament player for the Mayhem Series, we seem to have so many cash games. It's what happens with our great tournament series. It brings the cash players out. And, of course, the people who bust the tournament, they don't want to go home, so they decide to play cash. It's a great time to be in the lodge during our series events.
Check it.
Both players with another piece on this board. Doug flops middle pair with some backdoor opportunities. Owen's got a gutter and a backdoor flush draw. I think this is a hand he's going to want to put some money in with at some point, but not the flop. He checks. Ace of spades on the turn. Owen with a flush draw now.
Check.
each of those yellow chips is $1,000. 8,000 is the bet from Owen.
Doug's going to peel. Five on the river. It's going to be interesting to see if Owen decides to bluff again with this hand. Oftentimes when you have the missed flush draw yourself, you don't want to bluff quite as often. But that's not always the case. Reason being is that when you hold the missed flush draw, it makes it less likely your opponent has the missed flush draw. And when you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have a missed flush draw, because they're going to fold it. Owen thinking about putting in a bet, though. 24,000 in the middle. He's got 36,000 behind.
Reaching for chips. Looks like over 15,000 is what he's going to come with. Maybe about 18,000?
18,000.
18,000. Three-quarters pot bet.
Doug not folding quickly. Might smell something's up here.
That's a weird bet. That is such a weird bet. Why wouldn't you just jam? I don't have a queen, a 10, an 8.
Doug just said I don't have a queen, a 10, or an 8, implying that he thinks Owen would bluff with those cards, and he's dead on here. Owen holding the queen 8.
You're just value betting an ace. This was an excellent, excellent play, because if you jam, I would have probably just snap, let it go. But this is really piquing my interest. Oh, this is such a weird bet. That's such a weird bet. Ace queen, ace. Why wouldn't you just jam though? How much is it?
18,000.
All right, well, you got me.
There you go, Doug.
Yeah, I thought this was ace queen.
One of the biggest pots of today. 60K
Really,
goes to Doug.
I was like, all right, jam's just gonna fold. Then you have 18. I'm like, oh my god, now I'm so curious what you have.
And it looks like for the first time today,
Yeah, maybe ace queen.
Owen's going to bring more chips onto the
that's
table.
sloppy. Yeah, ace queen doesn't care enough about the trips.
Yeah, I don't think he cares.
That's a two-day total, folks.
Like adding on 10K.
Owen was up 188 coming into today, now up 106. Doug has nearly chopped the lead in half through about 60 hands, 50 hands today.
Yeah, I think that's really sloppy.
Fold.
And I getting word that I believe they're going to take a short
Real quick. Sorry.
Yeah, I got
restroom break here. Believe we got told they were gone for about 4 minutes. So Mike Brady, Slick Rick in the bunker. Mike, your thoughts through about 50 hands today?
It's been night and day compared to yesterday. Yesterday it was a pretty slow start for the most part. They were kind of battling back and forth. I want to say at the 50-hand mark yesterday, Owen was up kind of a medium amount, maybe 30, 40K, something like that. Today, it's kind of just been coming up all Doug. He's made a lot of good hands. Owen has still made some really, really nice calls, really nice folds, but they've, unfortunately for him, been in kind of smaller pots. Whereas yesterday, Doug, his big pot game needed some work. He was not winning the big pots,
Right.
which is not a great strategy when you're playing poker. Today, he's decided to step up his big pot game, make some good calls, have it a little bit more often, and it's going well for him. He's up about $90,000.
Yeah, he's tried to bluff 3 or 4 times, got picked off a couple times, a couple got through. Then he just won that big pot on the bluff from Owen. And from Owen's standpoint, you know, flying high, self-admitted, ran so good yesterday. Even told me pre-stream that he thought he only made 2 mistakes all day in 380 hands. But now he's, after this short break, he's got to be thinking, you know, this is Doug Polk we're talking about. You know, there's a reason why through these challenges, Doug is up as much as he is.
Yeah, I mean, Doug, you know, even though he's not the most practiced player these days, he's not grinding online heads-up high stakes every day like he used to. He's still, arguably, I would argue, the most accomplished, kind of decorated heads-up player of all time. There's very few, if any, I think none, other players who have been battling for 10 or more years in specifically heads-up, playing all kinds of different players from all kinds of different backgrounds, and overall coming out on top against most of them. And, you know, that's Doug for you. Owen, certainly more studied day to day. He's still playing poker full time. He is a poker pro. And, you know, that's what's making this such an interesting match, is Owen's this very studied, very modern player, young player as well, just 24 years old, super impressive what he's been able to accomplish at such a young age. And then you have Doug kind of on the other end of the spectrum. Used to be the new school guy. Now he's the old school guy. I believe Doug's like 35 years old, the old school guy at 35. Yeah, it's a great dichotomy to see them battling.
It is funny to see that, and thanks, Kevin, for the super chat there. It is funny to see, because Doug is the elder statesman in this. Very rarely he's coming to that point in his life where maybe he's going to be facing more and more younger players. But Owen, it's been a pretty impressive player, but this is the first time we've seen him go to his bring more chips onto the table. And let's see how he goes from here. It's pretty much a new ball game. We saw Skull Mike in chat said, "Game on." This is a chance. It was always said in pro basketball, you know, a series doesn't start until one team wins on the opponent's home floor. Well, you know, in a heads-up match, doesn't really start till the player who was running so good sees a little rough patch. And Owen has gone through a little rough patch here through 50 hands. Let's see how he responds. Folks, go ahead.
I was just going to say it's going to be interesting to see how Owen responds to this. I'm going to guess he continues to play his game, continues to play well, and it's really going to largely come down to who gets the better hands and who finds themselves in the more favorable situations.
Do want to remind you of a couple things. The Mega Monster coming just around the corner, August 3rd through the 14th. 24 day one flights. It's just a $400 buy-in. Your chance for a guaranteed $1 million prize pool. It's going to go over that. In my opinion, it's going to go way over that with 24 day one flights. Couple each day, August 3rd through the 14th. $400 buy-in. And up top, guaranteed, is a $250,000 for the first place. So get here to the lodge. You can multi-bag. You can bring your top 2 bags to day 2, and I believe there's a $5,000 kiss for the person who brings the most chips to day 2. $5,000 kiss from the lodge.
It's a weird bet. Like Ace Queen is still like strong enough to stack off here.
Yeah, I mean, if you just run into the 5, you run into the 5, right?
Yeah.
And I think there's going to be some leads there for a 5 too. So it's not like it's like pure checking.
Back from a short break.
You will sometimes run into a 5, which sucks, but
Yeah, I mean, I had 2 spades, but I feel like Queen High spades are good there because I block the 5x flush draw hands, and I also block Ace Queen.
yeah,
I don't think you ever check.
yeah, I mean you block like
1,000.
some suited 5s that don't 3-bet that much.
Yeah, but like, I mean,
It's a little better, a little better.
But
Raise 40.
My hand.
I'm not sure. Like, yeah, I'm not sure how much of the folding range I'm
Sorry,
blocking.
how much are you playing right now?
About 40. I added on 20.
Okay.
Our stack is showing him about 34,000 on our graphics.
Yeah, Owen adding on, but just to get to
9-6
that
is
100
actually
big blind
pretty
mark.
good there just in general because you unblock like so many of the potential bluff candidates.
Check.
And also like ace-9 is one of your main value bets. You have equity versus that. Or sorry, you remove versus that.
Check. $7,000.
Fold.
Doug's going to lay it down. And Doug did mention he's going to be traveling some,
Is it okay? Call candidate.
but the
No, your main value bet's like ace.
challenge is going to keep going, folks. So if you want to play Doug, there's the tweet that he put out back in
I
March.
don't know. It's a weird spot.
Yeah, because it probably shouldn't exist.
What's up?
Because it probably shouldn't exist.
Because it doesn't exist, yeah. I had a couple of those yesterday where I was like, I wonder what I was supposed to do, and then it's like pure blunder on the flop, and I'm like, oh. Oh, okay, well, I guess let's see what it would do anyway, even though it doesn't get here. And then you're like, this is just messed up because it's like doesn't happen.
2,000. Check. 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 Fourteen and fold.
I see our good old friend Wimpy in chat. How you doing, Wimpy? We miss you. How's the Netherlands going?
If you just like had a random ace and you're like, Doug's just gonna station this shit off, I'm gonna go size to just lure him in, I would have felt so owned. I'd be like, man, that is just like a masterclass. But like, if you did that, touche. Touche. I do think like when you play someone for a while, there's something to be said for the occasional just like way too thin value bet. Even though you lose a little EV there, you just like
Keep them on their toes.
you just keep them on their toes. And then they're like, oh shit, this guy is gonna like, make sure he gets his value in these spots.
Fold.
Or like same thing with like a light call early in a match. You're like, good luck with that, man.
I remember someone was telling me that on there were like these app games they were playing heads up on, and what they would do is like the first hand they would just like check down 5 high every time, just check it down to showdown.
Oh, just to be like,
Just to get the read that they were like super tight passive, and then they just run them over.
yeah.
And you got like new nicknames every day, so
1,000.
How long? Oh, you get it every day. Oh, I see.
yeah. So
Or like, let's just say someone checked down 5 high a couple of times, and then they start turning up the heat. I would realize something's up. Like, it's not like I would be like, you must have it every time. Like, that might work for like 15, 20 minutes or something, half an hour. That's not gonna like perma work,
yeah, I think well, I mean, these were also really soft games, and they were just trying to make sure that it was so obvious that like the fish got the read.
Yeah, okay, I see.
Check.
Doug's going to have to put some money in this pot. We'll take it down. Very easy, folks. If you want to know how much Doug is winning today, look at his cumulative number, which is right by his name every time he places a bet. He bought in for $100K today, so he's got $178,000. He's up $78,000 today. So you see his figure right there. That's for today only. We'll run cumulative numbers that include both yesterday and today throughout the show as well.
42,
Bust out my short stack sizes. Sorry, no, I meant I had a 43 hand.
100 big blinds, short stack.
Oh, for this. This is the shortest I think I've played here.
Yeah, no doubt. This is the
The
shortest
whole
they've
plan
played.
was just to get back in my comfort
Owen.
zone.
I can see that. The problem is when you win,
Flops the set.
you can't stay in your comfort zone. So the only time you're comfortable is when you're losing, which I'm okay with. Oh no, I hope he doesn't stay at 100 bigs all day.
Raise 33.
You got a customer for a small one, but for the bigger size, you
Oh, and Owen wanted the customer that time.
earned it. Plus, I'm trying to get your stack up a little bit, you know?
Get back to the jungle.
Yeah.
Great shot
That's
of our
the kinda nice
studio.
thing about the really deep stuff. It's like way harder to be precise.
I mean, nice for some.
Well, sorry. I guess I should rephrase it. It's nice in this context specifically because you're way more sharp on the 100 big blind stuff than me. But the deep stuff is like kind of all I've looked at.
Yeah, you've got to improvise a lot more.
Yeah. Check. Sorry.
Check it. $600. Check it.
Interesting turn card. Both players with a very similar hand.
Pot size bet here from Owen. Club for both players.
That's not good.
Good club.
The worst. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm too tired. I need to wake up. I just got my turn size so off.
In that hand?
Yeah. I pot it, right? Like,
Yeah, you potted. That was kind of weird.
what am I doing? Yeah, it's like half pot. Like I calculated the pot size and then forgot to divide it by 2.
The thing is, the good news for you is that anything that you do, I'm gonna think is some like master plan calculated out strategy. So like, well, actually, that's not true in the hand we just played.
Yeah.
I take it back.
Keep telling me that.
Sorry.
This is weird. I gotta see it.
I mean, to be totally fair, you also gave me a "this is weird." I got to see it earlier today, so it's not our pop, but sometimes you just gotta see it, you know.
Fold.
Those of you who don't know Owen Messere, I didn't know him either. I did my best to get information about him before this match, and I could not find anything. I couldn't even find a picture of him for yesterday's thumbnail on the channel, so we just used a picture of Doug. But he is a poker pro, mainly plays online. Kind of seems to dip his toes in a lot of different game types, some heads up, some six-handed, tournaments, cash games.
45.
Very strong theoretical player. He's a student of Uri Peleg over at Gorilla Poker. Uri Peleg is also an upswing poker coach. Made a great course for upswing poker called Elite Cash Game Exploits. And Owen just seems to be a very smart, sharp, young player, very well studied. He played awesome yesterday, also ran very well, but played awesome, and won about 190,000. Very well deserved. Not going quite as well for him today. He's down 80,000 early on. Doug's continuation bet on the flop hauled by Owen's top pair.
Check. That's 10,000. Call. Check it.
$34,000 in the middle. Doug's gonna probably face a shove here. Owen with just 20,000 behind.
All in.
All in.
There's the first all-in of the day.
How much is it?
Should be about 20.
About
This is the cool thing about 100 BB. You get a lot more all-in spots like this. If these guys started the hand with 100,000, you know Owen would not be all-in by the river.
There's 19. 20,100.
$20,100, you said, right?
20,100.
Owen could be playing a hand like 4 or 5 of hearts this way, 5, 6 of hearts, low hearts would probably bluff like this. I think that's probably his most likely bluff. Nice fold from Doug. Gets away from it.
Nice hand.
gets to stay in the comfort zone.
Oh. Oh, you mean you had it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hard to believe Owen just
think about that.
played
If
poker
I
for
call him
4
wrong,
years. That's all the
then-
experience he has.
Then we get to play some deeper poker.
Age 24, started when he was 20. As we mentioned before, has parents fully supportive of his chosen career. Always helps when you get the family support.
Shout out to Wolfgang Poker in chat.
700.
Nice job on the shorts recently, bro. Sick numbers.
Wolfgang.
Don't think anyone has done anything like what he's doing right now when it comes to shorts and that TikTok style content. Really crushing it.
120,000 cumulative from yesterday and today total. It's Owen winning. Yeah, shout out to Wolfgang. There was a time when the Lodge live stream and Wolfgang had the same amount of subscribers.
Squeeze 4,000.
Yeah, and it was like last month. He's gained like $250,000 in the last month.
Yeah, man. I have like all these like really pretty good hands and you're just folding away. Sorry, pretty and good, not pretty good. Beautiful and good hands.
What would you say is the most beautiful but not good hand?
1,000.
It's a great question for chat.
Fold.
I guess like,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess they're kind of automatically good if they're beautiful, right?
Well, that
It would
10-5 off.
10-5 off isn't beautiful.
You're going to have a blocker to something by the river.
I think the like
I
low
still don't think
suited
that's beautiful.
connectors, like 4-3 suited, you're like beautiful,
700.
not good.
Yeah.
Fold.
Yeah, I agree with Doug's assessment. The 4-3 of
I
hearts,
think
beautiful
that's the
but not
worst
great
thing
hand.
about, like, you play a bunch of heads up and you go to 6 max, and it's just like, you want me to fold 6-5 suited? Do you know how many draws this can flop?
And
Our good friend Paul
like,
Edwards
that's one of my main bluff hands.
from the Australian Mafia with
How do you
Super
block
Chat.
without this
Thank
hand?
you.
Yeah.
Says, love this content the most. Loves the heads up, does Paul from Perth, Western Australia.
Check.
Perth. Perth, Australia. How was that, Paul?
That's pretty good.
I doubt it.
Check. Check.
Ace queen.
Raise 4,000.
Pretty but not good.
I had to do it after that conversation. How good is that?
What is going on with this? It's like almost calling cards.
It's like every time we mention a hand, it just
Yeah.
rolls in.
Yeah, I mean, ace
I'd
is
love
an
to-
interesting hand.
I was gonna do the same thing.
1,000.
Do the same thing.
Thanks, Emans, for the Super Chat.
So I had his hand with aces.
Really? Me too.
Wow.
I think I've had a lot of aces, or maybe not enough. I'm not sure which is the way
Yeah.
to speak the poker gods.
Speaking of Australia, one of my favorite people from Australia came to the lodge about a month ago. Lynn Gilmartin. Such a great lady. She does great job with what she does with the WPT. And one of those few people
He said it, I didn't repeat it.
that's better looking in person than on TV. Beautiful.
Yeah, no, I keep forgetting to say that.
1,100. Raise 4,000. Call.
Doug hits 2 pair on this flop.
Owen's got some escape hatches, though, in the form of an 8 for a straight or, of course, a 10.
It's 4,000.
Doug goes for half pot after re-raising pre-flop.
How much do you have behind here? It's like 23, 43, 50? 50?
Oh my goodness.
Nice turn card for Owen. Not only does he have the straight, he's got straight flush redraw.
Open end or straight flush redraw. How sick would a jack of hearts be?
Oh my god.
$10,500.
Owen goes for a 2/3 pot bet. Sets up a nice sized river shove should he get called. Doug's not going to go anywhere. Two pair just yet. And there's the straight flush.
Wow.
Likely going to save Doug money. I doubt he's going to want to put money in with two pair on this board.
Check.
The question is Owen going to show it when he bets and Doug folds? I'm curious, chat. Let us know what you think. He's been mucking a lot of good hands that he could have kind of shown for the lulz. Thanks for that $20 super chat, Paul Edwards.
All in.
All in.
Owen does go all in.
Totally brutal. Wow. Wow.
Doug is considering a call at least for a moment.
Is it like 35 over there? 35? I can just have so many hearts.
So many hearts. 5 or 10.
Yeah, Doug would often play a hand like, you know, ace of hearts, king, ace of hearts, queen, queen of hearts, ace. Hands like that he could definitely have some of the time.
Wow.
And that's what Owen wants Doug to have
That
here,
is a shit
obviously.
For top two on the flop. That is not what you want to see. What can I beat? What are you repping? You're saying you got the 10, the 5, the ace, and maybe the king. You never have a straight. That's actually kind of good. Never have a straight. So, never have a straight or a set. That's really kind of good. What was bluff with? Would be like king, queen, ace, 8. And I'd probably check turn on that. King, queen, diamonds, queen, X of diamonds. I have so many hearts though.
Doug is just trying to think of hands that he beats.
I don't like this one bit. I don't like this one bit. I just have so many hearts.
Yeah, maybe Owen has king, queen of diamonds exactly. Doug does get away.
Good lay
I
down.
think Jack 9 might lose to a bluff there.
Maybe what?
Might lose to a bluff.
Possible.
Yeah, I think there's a... I think I bluff pocket 7s there sometimes.
Oh man, that would be brutal.
Yeah. There's like a weird mergey thing on the turn.
I could see that, yeah.
And then like you bluff it when the 4 flush comes in. But I'm not 100%, but I think you can't call Jack 9 because of that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I was mainly just having a funeral for my hand.
Yeah. Yeah,
Also, if
kinda
I
got-
fold and you're bluffing, it's a better clip.
when you were just like, when you were saying like, oh, I could have so many hearts here, I was just like, well, this is an interesting tank, and it was just like, wait, he doesn't have the straight either. Like,
Yeah.
okay, it's just saying goodbye.
Yeah. Bye.
You saw the cumulative winnings through the 2 days.
Just having a quick funeral.
Owen up about 137, came into the day up 188.
That's a really, 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 really bad run out for top two. That is about as bad as you could really expect to see. I don't know what would be worse off the top of my head.
Check it.
Doug picks up a straight draw on the turn.
Of the 2,700 people watching, I saw Alan Kessler was in chat. How you doing, Alan?
Yeah, I could lose to bluffs. No, I don't know. I don't know. But then I block bluffs, so yeah, it just isn't fold.
I don't know. I'm not 100% on the sevens there,
I don't think sevens bluffs, but I could be wrong. But pairs do.
but like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you occasionally bet the bottom set on the turn, and then it feels like you have to bluff it on that river. Like,
Not great removal though.
1100.
Fold.
I mean, how do you check call turn with a seven? Though?
Could have like two pair.
Yeah, they're mostly going to be like higher ones there, right? Like,
Mostly, yeah. But I'd rather not have a seven.
yeah, I feel like it's not a spot you can be super picky in.
1,000.
Probably.
Call. Check. $600.
Doug flops pretty well.
Yeah.
And Owen's not just going to fold on the flop with 8-3. I almost feel like the card reader's off. I don't know why Owen would call the flop with this hand.
Yeah, yesterday we had a hand where there was a card reading error, so there's always a chance that could happen.
Yeah, that was an interesting one that for it to be wrong as well.
Yes.
So Allah says, I love how they just talk strategy after each hand. This is the kind of poker I love to watch. I agree with you. I really like when people fairly open about their strategies.
Check. That is 10-8.
Wow.
Oh, I'm trolling so hard. I'm so tired.
What just happened?
Wait. I'm not gonna make him pay that off.
Oh,
I'm not
so
gonna make him pay
tired.
that off.
I thought I had
Take your money back.
spades.
I'm not gonna take your money
No,
back. Dude, you would lose if I was bluffing.
yeah, no.
The cards were right. He misread his hand.
I thought I had spades. Oh, yeah. I'm on no sleep. I probably shouldn't be playing 200, 400 like this.
I mean, how am I supposed to feel good about winning that pot? He just called me down with nothing. Like, all right, let's at least. How about half and half? How half? Is it okay? Half.
All right.
I don't feel good taking your bet here.
Yeah,
You called me
yeah.
down with nothing.
Yeah,
Like I was bluffing.
I need like 10 minutes under
Yeah, let's take a break here.
Yeah.
Okay, players are going to take a
Oh
break.
my God.
Owen
don't
says
feel
he
good.
thought
Yeah,
he
yeah,
had
yeah.
spades. He clearly had hearts. And players are going to take a break. And Doug just refused to take the whole last bet from Owen. Think he only took half of that last bet, feeling bad. And Mike, I don't know what to say. He thought he had spades there. He's clearly shaken up right now. The players have decided to take a break. And
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It makes a lot more sense why he had that hand and what was going on. I haven't really seen too much like that. That's a kind of an odd mistake to think you have spades when you have hearts, and to also not check your cards at all in the hand. I mean, it feels like a lot had to go wrong for Owen there, including not getting enough sleep last night, I think. So
there was even a conversation in chat about pros shouldn't have to check their cards ever. They should know right away. Well, there's a prime reason, but you could see clearly that Owen is shaken up right now. And he had to take a break. And we'll see what happens if they come up. I know Doug, just from his act right there, he didn't want to take all the money. I don't know if Doug, if Owen is just that much out of it, if Doug will want to continue to play, even though he's down still a lot of money.
yeah, I as a viewer and a commentator, I suppose I want to see them keep going, but you got to prioritize the players. And if Owen doesn't want to continue playing, I don't think Doug is going to feel too bad about stopping. Yeah, it's a tough situation.
I don't know what they'll decide, but, I do know just from Doug's comment there and not wanting to take that last bet, how, if somebody is clearly shaken up, that just was a wow moment. He thought he had spades and he had hearts.
Yeah, Snap called down, including a $10,800 river bet with 8 high.
Scuffed Marshmallow says we're so clueless. They taking a break to discuss what they should do. Well,
That's a very funny comment, given that Doug is in frame right now,
Yes.
clearly not talking to Owen.
yes, Doug is
Good guess.
actually in the room.
Good guess though, Marshmallow.
Those are his feet on the right.
Yeah,
But anyways,
very
look,
stylish shoes on the right.
we appreciate everybody in chat. We'll see how long this break is. 2,500 watching right now. We're on 4 times a week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The Lodge live stream broke 135,000 subscribers recently, on our way to many more. We started the year off when we relaunched our stream in the studio with about 88,000 subscribers. So close to 50,000 subscribers in 2023. We appreciate each and every one of you. We promise we will bring the content strong each and every show. Majority of our shows are full ring cash games, but we do a lot of tournaments. We do these heads-up challenges, even mix in a PLO, maybe even a tag team event every now and then. We will keep it fresh here on the live stream. If you choose to decide to subscribe, we would greatly appreciate it and be honored if you were a subscriber. Slick Rick and Iron Mike Brady. And Mike, you saw the whole stream up close yesterday. I was watching for a few hours, but what a tale of 2 days. We've seen just a change. It's Doug has cut into the overall lead. 188,000 when they started the day was the lead for Owen. But it's much less than that right now. We'll see the cumulative winnings is.
I see some people in chat kind of speculating. I think Owen is legitimately very tired. Someone messaged me that knows Owen closely and said that he didn't get much sleep last night due to some fire alarm thing at his hotel. So Owen's not coming into this match super refreshed. He was already tired yesterday towards the end, so I'm certain that was a genuine mistake, and he's shaken up about making a mistake for such a large amount of money because, Owen normally plays quite high stakes poker, 10, 20, 25, 50. But in those games, the buy-in is $2,000, $5,000, something like that. That's the whole buy-in. And he just called the river for $10,800 with 8 high mistakenly. So just put yourself in his shoes. Say you were really tired and you made that mistake. Even if you think you would never make that mistake, just imagine that you did. I think you would be pretty shaken up. I think you'd need some time.
Well, and it was
kind of shake it off a little bit.
And it was the way he threw over his cards like he won. Like, I got the flush, I'm taking down this pot. He threw him over very quickly. So I don't know where that would come from by anybody think he did that on purpose, or I don't get that logic, but we'll see what happens.
I mean, it's people looking for malice where there's clearly none. I mean, you don't angle in a way that costs you $10,000. Yeah. That's not a thing.
I'd figured a different way.
Yeah, we'll see if these guys do decide to continue playing.
Yeah.
Who knows?
We will be back tomorrow for another stream, tomorrow and Sunday, 3 p.m. Central. There'll be some cash games. Getting back to our regular schedule, and let's go back to this tweet. This was 4 months ago. Doug issued this heads-up challenge, and 4 players decided to take him up on it so far, Bill Perkins being the first. I think Bill Perkins, 1 hour after this tweet was issued, Bill Perkins' match was set up. They did that same week. Scott Ball, Kevin Rabashow all took a shot at it, and now we have Owen. Doug self-admittedly said he is going to be doing some traveling, so we may not see another heads-up challenge for a few weeks, but I anticipate we'll see more of these as Doug has kept this challenge open to anybody who wants to come to the lodge, play on stream, 100K buy-in. And as we mentioned, coming into today, even with the loss from yesterday, coming into today, through all the challenges, Doug was up $218,000, even with yesterday's $188,000 loss. So now it's way more than $218,000 he's won. As we're still on a break, if you want to play on the Lodge live stream, there's a couple ways you can do it. Go to lodgepokerclub.com/livestream, fill out the questionnaire, or contact Skull Mike directly on his Instagram or Twitter at Skull Mike Poker. We've got a lot of openings in the fall, and should be some great fun. So if you want to play on the stream, we'd love to have you.
Nice of Doug to offer to give all or some of the money back there. Classy move from Doug.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, honestly, that was pretty impressive right there.
Let's take a little discussion of the upcoming Mega Monster. How about that? Always exciting to talk about that. I got a question for the chat, too. So we're guaranteeing a $250,000 first place prize. Literally $250,000 is going to first place in this $400 buy-in tournament. What would you do with that money if you turn 400 into 250K? Let us know in the chat. Would you play more poker tournaments? Would you buy anything in particular? 24 starting flights in this thing. We're doing 2 starting flights a day for most days. And then on Friday and Saturday, there's actually 3 starting flights. 11 a.m., 5 p.m., and 9 p.m. is a special turbo flight. Then everyone comes back for August 13th, day 2. And then the final table, August 14th, a Monday. Going to be a huge, huge turnout. It's going to be a crazy couple of weeks at the lodge. So come on down to the Mega Monster. If you're joining us from out of town, go to thelodgepokerclub.com/hotels to book your room with a special lodge discount.
Yeah, and if you can't find one of those 4 that works, any hotel in Round Rock, North Austin is going to be closest to the lodge. Even if you're downtown and you want to stay in the heart of the city, downtown Austin, it's a short Uber ride to the lodge. So as you see Owen is back to the table. It looks like he is decided he is wanting to continue. Took a little break, probably made a few phone calls to a few people, got some reassurance, and we'll see where Doug is right now. Looks like Owen is ready to go.
And I think they did end up doing that half-back deal. I kind of kept an eye on the chips during that break, and it looks like only half of that river bet, $5,400, was moved over to Doug's stack. And then our producer, Matt Sweeney, came out and counted up the chips to make sure that he had the stacks right for the graphics.
Yeah, it's funny. Pierre, a Lodge live stream regular, had a huge run in the World Series. I think he won $67,000 in the main event. And I said, Pierre, he said, I was very close to retiring. I said, Pierre, you know damn well if you won that World Series of Poker main event, you'd be back at the Lodge on Monday. He smiled sheepishly and said,
good.
You're
Yeah,
right.
I like that strategy.
Yeah.
All right, let's listen in.
That, and then everything from there is kind of a
Gravy.
free roll.
That's great.
Yeah,
Free
yeah,
roll.
yeah.
So we have a free roll here every Tuesday, and it costs money. And when I got here, I was like, can you explain this concept to me? And like, it's the Texas free roll. And I'm like, so you mean not a free roll? They're like, no, Texas free roll. And it's like our most popular tournament, probably. One of them. Probably our most popular
So
tournament, right?
why is it called a free roll then?
Don't bring that into this, okay? It doesn't actually mean anything.
It's like the branding.
It's your standard free roll, but you just have to pay to play. When I got here, I was like, I feel like we shouldn't have this. And then I realized how popular it was, and I was like, we're going to go with the Texas free roll, guys. We're going to go with it.
All right, so Owen is back. Took a break to clear his head.
I incorrectly folded this to an open yesterday, but I checked 2.75x this morning. Brush up a little bit, you know.
What was this, like 8-6?
Jack 7.
Ah,
It folds versus 3x, but it defends versus 2.75.
yeah.
I haven't looked at much 2.75.
And no one has.
Actually, I did okay. Yesterday I folded 7 deuce and 8 deuce, but defended 9 deuce, and that was correct.
Yeah.
Sorry, suited, of course. I'm obviously not talking about goddamn offsuit hands. You looked at me like I was a crazy person.
No, it's just generally dazed. You know?
I understand. You checked, right? Okay.
Okay. Check.
Check mark for Owen here. Better kicker than Doug.
$24.
6.
Quick call.
Oh, kicked. That's what I get for the thin value bet.
Yeah, you can't give that table talk and then come for the too thin value bet. I mean, probably reasonable.
Yeah, but then if you have ace-4, what happens?
I'd make the
The read?
yeah, the very
thank you.
on point hero fold.
Fold. It was too thin, but
I think
you've been peppering me up with all the small bets, so I need to make sure I'm getting value when you do check.
Yeah. I think a 6 is a mix, though.
You don't know what 6 I had.
Wow, okay.
No, I had 10-6. 10-6. It's close. Fold.
It is 45.
Nothing wrong with some ambition.
Doug up about $45,000 today. So cumulative, down about 143 for the match. Sailboats for Owen.
Second. Check.
Two pair now for Doug. Owen is from London, 24 years of age. Got involved
But I defended Jack-7 that hand.
at age 20 with some of his university friends. Played in a tournament, first ever tournament he won without any study.
Yet another instance of mentioning a hand and getting dealt it immediately. This is Jack-7.
The aces still hasn't quite worked.
Yeah, well, I complained about it all day yesterday, and then I got 2 aces so far today, so I was
Fair.
pretty happy
I
about it.
think as well, like, you know, everyone cries for aces, so you probably get like drowned out by the masses of people who are like
Right.
ahead of you in the queue.
I see, so the dealer knows your requests when you say, like, Jack-7.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, of
So it's
course.
like, oh, we haven't had a Jack-7 in a while. Yeah.
You know what? You know why you're getting Jack-7? You're not greedy. You're just asking for a playable hand. Barely playable, but playable.
Fold.
Fold.
Bellagio, Anthony, and Liz are the dealers today. Safi is the game host. We'll have 2 other dealers come in a little bit later on. As the plan is to go to 7 o'clock
This one mixes.
tonight, Central Time. That's another 4 hours and 15 minutes.
I mean, like, fumbling over your chips that you're so desperate to open is probably a pretty strong tell. So yeah, fold the mixes.
Right, but then I would have to be getting into the live read streets. Which would almost feel mean when someone can't read their cards and you're looking for live reads. Study this board too. 'Cause I
Chris
used,
C.
a
asks,
size on this board
are the
that
hand totals
ended up
from
being wrong.
both days or just today? These are both days hand total. We played 384 hands yesterday, so we're just under 100 hands today.
Call.
On the one where you had King Jack and I 8-7.
Yeah.
You over to Jack.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Check. Check. $23.
Owen thinking his ace may be good here.
A call.
Jack.
Makes the call. Doug's going to take it down. Got a lot of great compliments on our new
Nice, it's just
pictures
kind of board you can do a lot.
behind the players. Gone are the fuzzy
Yeah,
chips
like
that
there's a lot
people
of
were tilted on.
But I just meant for single size.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean,
We
like,
listened to you, Chatsville, and got some new
No, I'm
pictures.
sure you could split up all kinds of ways, but
yeah, like there's, like if you leave the solver to it, it will come up with like a million different.
It's downtown Austin.
I can assure you
the
whatever it said my
50s.
size was not what I was doing. Or what I should do is not what I was doing,
Great
which
picture.
is really where the problem is.
Check.
Both players with some backdoor opportunities on this flop. Definitely expect Owen to continue, even against this relatively big bet. Doug takes the lead on the 3 turn. Checks through. 7 on the river completes the flush draw, as well as some straight draws. I think Owen wants to take a stab at this one. Will be interesting to see what Doug does. Should Owen fire a bet? Looks like a big one.
Yep. Overbet here.
7,800.
7,800 into a $5,200 pot. Doug does have the king of diamonds in his hand.
Thought there was a chance Doug would raise, but once he's kind of displayed this body language, I don't think he's going to. Now the question is, does he make a very sick hero call against this overbet?
Do I lose to bluffs? It's always dicey when you get into that territory. I think I might. But I have a high diamond. This can definitely be a straight though, and I don't block the straight either. Yeah.
Looks like Doug's talking himself into the fold.
Does. Lays it down.
Nice bluff for
Discipline
Owen.
lay down.
Gets one through.
I could lose to bluffs. Discipline lay down.
I king 3, king of diamonds. You can see why it's...
Blockers.
If you bet small, I'm actually happier to fold, interestingly. When you go really big, I said if you bet small, I'm actually happier to fold, interestingly.
Yeah.
But when you bomb it, I'm like, ooh, we're polar. And I'm not taking diamonds.
1,100.
I'd say that would have been a pretty big momentum shift if Doug made that call. Instead, we kind of reset. Doug's still up, but it's not a huge deficit by any means.
Trips for
Owen's
Owen.
only down 50K or so today.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
600.
Doug's going to call this flop bet. Bunch of backdoor opportunities in 10 high.
Check.
Picks up some straight draws. Nine or an ace.
Check.
Doug's gonna get a free look at it. Nothing doing. Doug's gonna go for like a small block bet size. He would probably do this with a jack as well, maybe with a queen. But Owen beats even the range that Doug is representing, so I do expect Owen to find a raise here. Raise he does. On the small side, looks like 3,600.
At 3,800, but takes down the pot.
Two solid little ones in a row going Owen's way.
Owen's starting to hit some flops here. Doug with a pair.
Quick check on the flop. 5 on the turn. Both players pick up a straight draw. Doug's is dead, though. Owen breaks out the pepper shaker. Doug says, I like pepper. Owen trying to eke out a little bit more value from Doug. And Doug has a decision. A 4 could definitely be good here. Owen had a hand like 8-6, 9-6, 10-6, hands like that. He would probably bluff like this.
I'm about this one. I don't think this one ever lets it go. Yeah. Maybe I should feel good about this one.
Doug picked the wrong bottom pair or low pair to make the call. Chose this one to make the call instead of the one previous.
No, I checked back ace-4.
Oh, right, yeah.
Pretty sure that's a pure call, but who knows?
Check.
Owen's starting to heat up. Flops 2 pair. Doug flops a pair. Backdoor flush opportunities.
Sounded like an overbet from Owen there. Yeah, 3,400. 3,300 rather. So 1.5 pot overbet on the flop from Owen. He's got Doug in rough shape, but Doug picks up some outs. I expect Owen to break out another very big bet here. A lot of draws on this board. And Owen has a lot of really strong hands like ace, king, king, queen, or the one he has that want to pump money into the pot, get a lot of value before the river has a chance to change this board texture. pretty much every card in the deck changes the board texture, so interesting one.
18-2.
Huge bet here. 18,200 into a $8,800 pot.
Yeah, basically 2 times the pot. Owen timing this really well with Doug having a hand that can definitely continue and is in pretty rough shape.
Needs a diamond here. There's the diamond.
Wow, Doug goes runner, runner, flush to outdraw Owen here.
Flush.
And it goes check,
Great
check.
check back. Wow, what a great check back from Owen there. I guess he thought, after betting big on the flop and turn, a worse hand, or not many worse hands, are going to be able to find a hero call on the river.
Reasonable
Unlucky.
run out. Really glad that I learned about that 9-deuce defend. Actually, that's not
Wow,
even
that's funny.
I defended it yesterday.
Oh, okay. I thought Doug was implying that he wouldn't have defended with 9-2 suited yesterday.
I can 2x
Because if you didn't tune in
that definitely
yesterday,
makes sense.
if you didn't tune in yesterday, you may not
I
know.
got the pot size wrong.
Yeah, you sorry?
I think I got the pot size wrong.
It was supposed to be 19-6, or sorry, no, it was 16, it was 8-8 on the turn.
Yeah, yeah.
So 17-6, right?
Yep. Yeah.
17-6. But I mean, that's not what I meant. I meant like, those boards really like that size. I thought it was,
Yeah, I mean, it was.
I wasn't talking about the precision of your strategy,
Yeah.
I was talking about
No,
like,
it's like it's like owning your exact hand.
yeah. There's not really much you can do other than just like trying to hit a flush, which I did a great job of.
Interesting flop here. Doug flopping top pair, Owen with a flush draw. What I was saying there a moment ago, yesterday, Owen revealed right after his very first raise on the button, he made it 1,100 to go. As he breaks out another overbet here, it looks like. Owen makes it 1,100 to go on the button against Doug, and the reason he's doing that is because he knows Doug has very well studied playing against $1,000 raise, aka a 2.5 big blind raise. So he's making it just a little different than that, 2.75 big blinds. And it sounds like a subtle difference, and it is, but it does change things, and it kind of throws Doug off of his game plan a little bit. Puts Doug into a situation that he just hasn't studied quite as much. Savvy game plan coming in from Owen, and he's continuing that. Check, check on the turn. Owen needs a heart or a 4. Nothing doing. Queen of spades on the river. Doug's feeling good about his 10 here. All the draws missed. I expect Doug to bet this, and I think Owen has a hand that wants to call. He doesn't block any of the straight draws that missed. And Doug would not likely bluff with hearts. Then again, against this small size, Owen could be worried. Would Doug even bet this size with a 6 for value? Owen's been really timing his river decisions well. All day today and yesterday. Has made a lot of really, really good folds on the river and really good calls as well. Kind of zigging when Doug zags. See if he can do it again here.
Cool.
10.
Makes the call. Doug's going to take down another $14,800 pot. 100 hands into today's match.
That was the clear 4 tank there.
Yeah.
She saw, here's the cumulative winnings through 2 days.
Doug.
Remember, Owen came into the day up
It's hard to
188,000.
have good blockers there, though.
Doug is
Yeah.
Yeah,
shaved off 82,000 of that today.
Kind of mess, or kind of wrecked.
yeah. You have to make some hero calls there.
Yeah. Fold. Fold. What are we reading today?
Same series I've been reading.
How many books are in the series?
I think like 10 or so.
Oh wow, how many deep are you?
This is number 4.
Okay.
1,000.
All in this room? Mm-hmm. Wow, you're putting in some volume.
It's good.
45.
Fold. The heads up days especially is probably a lot more time.
It's good reading time.
Yeah.
Doug talking
I
with
was gonna work
Safi, our
on some
game
joke
host.
about reads, but
You know, this is just so much lazier.
so much what?
So much lazier. Like, I had good content if I could be bothered.
Yeah. After some number of hours, your capacity to really just like have like really good sharp jokes, it goes further down and down and
Yeah,
down.
I was saying
Check.
that before people come to the WSOP, they should have to prepare some table talk.
The who?
Before people play the WSOP.
Oh, the players. Okay.
Yeah, they should have to prepare some table talk
I like
so
it.
that it's not just the same thing over and over.
I like it.
1,500.
Owen in the blender here with his 9.
Very chunky bet from Doug. Roughly 1.5 times the size of the pot. I think one of the hands Doug would do this with is 5-6, specifically the straight. And Owen has a 5. That's likely what's giving him so much pause, but he does eventually think better of it. Lets it go. Nice fold.
Check. Check.
Doug's going to go for the famous delayed C-bet move with his 9-6 straight draw. Gets the fold.
If you missed the breaking news announcement that we revealed today, September 4th is going to be our next meetup game, which will kick off the Fall Mayhem Series, 16 events, 1.5 million in guarantees, September 5th through the 18th. The meetup game, which is so popular, will feature the three amigos, Brad Owen, Andrew Neeme, and Doug Polk, along with others that will play. We'll leave seat 5
I was gonna make a
open, and
comment
they'll
about Robbie having
rotate through the
been here,
tables.
But then I realized that was your thing.
Always
before,
a
so I
fun
didn't want to
time in the
slow you
meetup
down, you
games.
know?
Oh, yeah.
Robbie took your hand.
Look for more information on that. September 4th, the meetup game with Brad, Andrew, and Doug, and others.
400?
Last time we did the meetup game, we
We had a
threw
pretty
some,
disrespectful
had a little
turn call
merchandise
on
splash
board
pots. I'm
games,
sure
yeah.
we'll do some of that
We had
again.
8-6
That was so
of diamonds
popular.
On like King 7-5. And turn was a 3.
Yeah.
I potted it, and you called with 8-6 of diamonds. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about how disrespectful of a turn call that was? You were dead, by the way.
I lost the pot, didn't I?
You did lose the pot.
So I regret everything.
You did lose the pot.
Dang, I don't remember the hand they're talking about. I wish I
When
did.
I saw what you had afterwards, I was like, the hell? How deep are you now? Like
10,
30?
20,
Like
30,
100
about
bigs.
40, yeah.
100 bigs.
Chatter says Owen for sure has live tells. Well, he's playing the right guy. If you have live
That might have
tells,
been the most disrespectful call you made over the day, all of the day. It wasn't a huge pot, but
Doug is one of the best people to play because he's probably
I
not
don't know
going to
what he
look
had
for him.
there. And then I was like, what?
Yeah, I wasn't sure because
I ran it.
because you like.
I ran it because I was like, am I just crazy here? And I was not crazy. You were being very disrespectful.
How bad was it?
I didn't look at the EV loss. It didn't solve down that far, and it was already a pure fold. So I just was like,
45.
Yeah.
and it was can't be that bad in a pot that small, right? It's not going to be like a huge pot.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure because after like Minno's flop, I was a bit like, maybe
Yeah.
I still need to defend some. This being like the best non-club draw.
I mean, the hand has a sensible game plan, right? Which is kind of nice.
Yeah, I mean, I also like bluffs on 4 clubs, so kind of.
Also, not a thing.
Sorry, what the King 10 one?
No. The 8-6. The King 10. I would have to look at like the reasons why you think it.
There will be a hand which does it. It's just which one is the best will be like very
Yeah.
parameter sensitive.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That does make sense.
Okay, I remember the hand they're talking about.
Raise ranges get really tiny. It gets very sensitive to input.
Yeah. So it's like very easy for to just make something else slightly better. But
Yeah.
a tiny thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a hand yesterday where the flop came, I think, it was all clubs. I think it was King 7-5.
Overall, I was impressed with your players. I thought you played really well.
It might have been like Queen 7-5 or
Hey.
something, but it was all clubs. Doug check raised the flop with a
Today's
flush.
been less impressive. Today has been a little bit less impressive than yesterday.
I'm just trying not to interrupt these guys. So Doug check
The
raised on the
Jack
flop
10
with
one
a
where you gave
flush
up and I
on
had
King
tens.
7-5.
When I
Owen
first
called
saw
with
your hand,
8-6
I was
of
like,
diamonds,
"What the
so he had
hell?"
like an open ender
Like
on a board with 3 clubs.
Candidate.
And then he called
And then
again on the
I ran
turn.
it, it
And
was
that's
like-
what Doug is saying is very disrespectful.
Little bit of
Calling
bluff
with a
on
straight
the
draw
little bit.
twice.
Yeah,
But
on a
it's
board
like-
with 3
it's
clubs.
almost pure give up though.
It's almost pure give up.
Yeah.
That was the sharpest hand of the day for sure. That said, if you jammed, you would have won. So
Yeah, I know.
Math.
I felt weird about that one. I was just like, well, I was like, maybe I should have just gone for it.
Check. $23. Check.
Doug's going to fire with his jack high. Owen just with a king high. Doug's going to get it through. Yeah, that was a funny exchange that they had there. Doug
One
saying,
thing I will say about that
hold
Jack 10 hand is some of the bluffs that it does find are really, really non-intuitive. So like, you can give that your hand up if you're finding those, and you seem like a player that probably can find some of them. But personally, like, I would not be able to find some of those. So like, if I didn't bluff that hand, I would just be under bluffing because I'm not finding some of like.
No, I've definitely talked about like a similar idea
Check.
that like often there's like there's a sort of player archetype which is like a GTO nit where like they try to hit exact solver frequencies, but the solver always finds something you can't even imagine.
I guess I would word it like there are people where they want to make sure that their play is solver approved, rather than like understand the concept and then like be willing to make mistakes. Like if they bluff and you run the bluff, like it will almost always be like, oh, this was a good bluff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like even if you're well studied, you have to sometimes bluff and then be like, oh shit, this was a terrible bluff. If you never have a terrible bluff, you're just under bluffing.
Yeah, because like some of them are just too hard.
Check.
Like in a lot of weirder spots, I was talking to people about just making sure you know the most mandatory combo, or like,
Yeah.
you know, there'll be one combo which does it like 40% and then a bunch of 10% ones, but make sure you can always find that one.
Yeah, you even said it in the hand. You're like, King Jack and King 10's preferred here or something.
Yeah.
And then I ran it and it was like, King Jack, King 10 preferred, and I was like, damn, that was some wizardry.
Check.
Yeah, Owen had a sick give up yesterday. It was this board where he intuitively he had a hand that really made sense to bluff with, but he had like two other hands that are very similar in his range. Forgive the nerd shit right now for a second, guys. And he gave up with this particular hand, Jack 10, 10 of clubs, when the third club came on the river. And then he said out loud, well, I also have King 10 and King Jack, and those are better bluffs because I want you to have Jacks and 10s. And then Doug went home and ran it later, and Owen was exactly right. Jack 10, Owen's exact hand gives up, but King Jack and King 10 would have bluffed. So just absolute wizardry from Owen there.
50 or 48, I'm sorry, 48.
You win.
Owen with the boat. Takes that one down, and Doug swigs another bit of his Topo Chico.
Close, huh?
Sorry?
Close spot?
I mean, yeah, King Kicker is hard to think too hard.
Oh, now the king's obvious.
Oh, Doug with 10-8. It's been a pivotal hand in this match. Shout out to Brad Owen in the chat, by the way. I hope you're enjoying watching your son play against Doug. You must be very proud.
Good old Brad Owen. Speaking of meetup games, September 4th.
You have like 22, 27, 33 behind? 33? 33?
Graphics say 34,300. What he has behind.
7,000.
There's the call. Doug needs some help, 7, 8, or 10.
It's not going to do it, but it's not a club. Owen with just queen high. Doug doesn't have any clubs in his hand, but he does have a diamond. I know that doesn't sound like it matters, but it does. Because you often give up when you block the missed flush draws. But Doug also has an 8.
Oh, my goodness.
What do I have?
What do you have?
What do you think I have here?
All right, give me a sec, because I had complete air, so I wasn't even thinking.
You're gonna be able to figure it out.
Now, 10-8. 10-8. Yeah, 10-8. Oh,
There you go. Of
yeah,
course.
yeah.
There you go.
Oh, fuck, I should have tanked with my queen high. I beat,
For content, buddy.
I beat the main bluffing.
So there
combo.
you see, Doug has shaved off about $100,000 today
In the hand, I was
from what
like,
he was down.
I was like, if I don't just 3-bet this and just barrel off, I couldn't live with myself in the morning. You gotta come through on what's advertised, you know. All right, now no more running it with 10-8, just small pots to 10-8.
Check. Check.
It's funny, in his challenge against Daniel Negreanu, there was a hand where Doug ran this insanely huge bluff. I think it might have been the biggest pot of the challenge. If it wasn't, it at least at one point was. It was like a 200, 300K pot at these same stakes, 200, 400. And Doug like check raised big on the turn and jammed the river, if I remember correctly, representing a straight with 10-8. Like he would need to have 10-8 for the straight.
Right.
But he was just representing that with 8 deuce. And then Negreanu actually had 10-8. So
Oh, my goodness.
Doug did get snapped off for the biggest pot of the challenge, bluffing with 8 high. But it's funny that now 10-8 is the hand of the challenge between him and Owen as well.
Earlier today, Owen had mentioned that there's a few others in his circle that want to take this challenge, so we may see them in the future. Doug had mentioned earlier today that he'll be traveling, so we won't see any heads-up challenges probably the rest of the summer. Maybe the fall will bring some more of this challenge, because I know Doug
I'll
enjoys it.
on next hand.
Okay. You're not gonna add on mid-hand like I did last time?
1,000.
Yeah.
I opened-
Some would say that's shady behavior.
Yeah, I opened the button yesterday and then tried to add on 100K after raising. Luckily, I had 5-4 offsuit, so I think it was pretty clearly not. I was trying to
35.
bloat the pot. I just don't even want to deal with this. I don't even know if that's a defender or not, but I just think
Looks like 20 more thousand is coming onto the table for Owen. Those pink chips, as we call them, bubble gum, those are $5,000 each.
So you had 20, right? You had
Yellow
20.
chips are
I
1,000,
guess I
purple
can see
chips 500, and black chips $100 each.
Check it. $600.
Doug check calls the flop. Quick question for chat.
Check.
Anyone else excited for the Inter-Miami game in a few hours? Messi's first game with an MLS club. Anyone? Or am I the only one?
How much are tickets for that game?
I think they're in like the 400s or 500s. Today it might be more expensive the day of. I bought season tickets to my local MLS club just in case they draw Messi's team next year.
Nice.
Because you still need to play.
Nice overbet from Owen gets it done there.
Queen, which one to triple, but not all in.
Yeah, MLS here in Austin is a thing. They made it deep last year.
It was a similar-ish situation to the other one.
It's weird though. Like sometimes the solver likes it more, and less. Yeah, it goes a bit back and forth.
I just try to be kind of standard with it, and then not worry about if I was off by like one size or whatever.
Yeah. I mean the difference between like 200 and 150 isn't that big. In EV at least.
Check it.
2 pair for Owen. Matt, the yellow chips are $1,000 each. Call those affectionately known as banana chips.
Fold.
The plan today, folks, is to go to 7 p.m., so that would put the stream ending approximately 7:30 p.m. Central Time, and it's coming up on about 3:30 p.m. So the plan is to go another 4 hours, but it'll be up to the players, ultimately. As 2,800 people are watching, we appreciate each and every one of you. If you haven't hit the like button and you're having some fun, please do so. It helps us, doesn't cost you anything.
How does Doug have 10-8 again?
All right, as tempting
is
as it
crazy.
is just to figure out how to do something here, I'm going to go ahead and let it go.
Holy crap. 8-7.
Yeah.
So, like, the problem when you get attached to those sort of hands is, like, it's an offsuit hand. You could get dealt it quite a bit.
Yeah. The poker gods are really trying to get me in there with the 10-8, though. I was thinking, should I just go for the loose 4-bet? Should I maybe like go for the loose peel? I'm like, dude, just fold this one. You're not even deep anyway. Like, at least deep, you can maybe be like, deep, stuff happens, you know?
Maybe I can float, you know?
Maybe I can float. Yeah, that always goes really well. Every story that started with maybe I can float.
Yeah.
Check.
Both players paired their king here. Doug with the superior kicker.
800. Call.
Owen picks up hearts.
Check.
Owen goes for some pepper here.
I almost certainly have you.
Call.
Little better I'd put in a raise. Maybe I'm treading too lightly, I don't know. Little.
Yeah, I think
little
any
bit.
ace is good enough.
Yeah, okay. So I see it and I'm like, I'm good here, but do I really make money by...
I went through a phase like that where I was just like raising way too thin everywhere.
Yeah.
And then And it was kind of going okay. And then I started playing Daryl, and I was just getting 3-bet, 4-bet, and 5-bet on the river, and I was just like, okay, we'll we'll get it back in line.
Then your traps start really getting in there, though. Although it's hard to trap that spot too much, but whatever qualifies as a trap, I guess.
Check it. Check.
Owen picks up a flush draw to go with a straight draw. Doug with just queen high, though. Owen's going to go for a pot-sized bet. He takes it down. For anyone asking, what's the score? How much is Doug up or down?
Weird leveling war, because I was trying to, like...
He's in for 100,000.
3-bet really light,
Yeah.
because he was like... And then like I was getting 4-bet super light. So then I was trying to come in there with 5-bets, and then I remember him stationing me really hard with a hand which shouldn't have even raised, and I was like, okay.
I can't say I've ever gotten into it like that.
Yeah.
Actually, my block game is so much worse now than when I was studying like a few years ago. Because I did a lot of studying with that, and I've not looked into those like at all since then. So I'm like really rusty with that aspect of my play. But the block for value and then getting to 3-bet bluff is just so sweet.
Yeah. I think it just somehow feels a lot better than check raising.
Yeah.
I don't really, I couldn't say why. Maybe it's because you just don't get to do it because lots of people miss the raises. So then when you do, you're like, oh, nice.
It's just like, you know what I think it is? It's like, when you bet really small, it's like almost insulting the other guy. You're like, yeah, I'm just gonna bet real small. And they're like, oh yeah, I raised. Like, oh yeah, I re-raised. And so you're like, I don't know. It's like,
Check.
it's like a crouching block bet, hidden 3-bet. I don't know.
Doug gets there with his king on the river.
700.
Cool.
King.
Oh,
Speaking of block
Doug
bets.
successfully peppering.
Actually, oh yeah.
I think you just know as well that the other guy's in the blender when you do that.
I know.
You know they're like not comfortable in that spot and they're having to think on their feet.
I had a hand at the end of when I played Negreanu where I streamed with my cards. And I had one of those spots where I had a good hand to block bet, and then he raised, and I was like, oh, this is a perfect spot to just like stuff however many big blinds in on the bet 3-bet. And I remember doing it, and then he was in the tank. And so like I'm streaming it on YouTube or Twitch or whatever, so people can watch the hands like 30 minutes later. And I was like, I am in the zone. Like I felt like this is like the peak. Like I'm gonna win this. This is why it's hands like this.
Yeah.
And like I knew it was the right combo, and I like studied this spot, and it was like really difficult to deal with. And he was tanking, and I was like, even if he gets me, it's just like when you're in the zone like that, it's just I don't know. It's it's like almost like a high in a way. It's like that's hard to describe.
Where, like the thing which got me like really into playing heads up was like when you're like playing against someone and you can just like feel the edge and like even if you know even like if the results you know like I remember being like 5 buy-ins down to a guy and just be like I really hope he comes back tomorrow. Like,
Check.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, and that was when I was just like, okay, this is just different to six packs.
Well, you get to see so many hands.
Yeah.
Check.
One of my friends, he said,
Check.
like I was playing on some game and he didn't know who I was, and he was just like, oh, just some like random reg. And then like he sat me heads up for a bit, and he was just like, "Oh no, you can feel how much more someone knows about poker when you start sitting like heads up and you're like playing all these hands versus."
Well, yeah, because the thing is, you can't fake it.
Yeah.
Like you have to play all the spots, right? And like you can see the sizes they choose, you can see the hands that they choose. Tons of stuff goes to showdown, and then you can see it like all the stat. Like there's no hiding. You either have it
Yeah.
or you don't.
Yeah. You can't just wait to get the fish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can. There were people that did that.
Oh right. Yeah. I mean, but like when you're playing, right, rather than just like lobby camping.
If you're playing like a good player, you have to actually be balanced and aggressive and good, and figure out your calls and avoid leaks and study and all that stuff. Like I feel like in ring, especially in live poker, you can get away with just like knowing a few things and some basic sizes, and it could be like a long time before anyone realizes that you're not very good. Because there's just not that many hands, you know?
And there's so many other people to focus on.
The dealer let us know this is a heads-up flop.
Yeah, just in case you guys forgot.
Oh wait, what am I doing?
Oh.
This one's heads up. Just this one. What's even funnier than saying heads up is the reaction that it gets from the dealers when you guys do it. It's like not only is it obviously heads up, but then you're also like, oh my god, that's so embarrassing. I can't believe I just did that.
I'm calling seat numbers. Which one of two people?
I don't think I've heard of that one yet.
Some great conversation between Doug and Owen. We've said that before.
Little lull in the action allows them to have some nice conversations, but I bet when the pots start to get big again, they're going to quiet down a little bit.
Yeah. But we've said that before, though.
I cut you off. What are you about to say?
Yeah, there's really no place to hide in heads up, as Doug alluded to that just there. The hands keep firing away. That a lot of hands go to showdown. You're seeing what the players are playing. There's nowhere to hide.
Check. Check.
Bit of a jump ball here. Neither player with a spade. 7 and 8 high, respectively. It's like Doug's going to be the one to take a stab at it.
14. Fold.
Doug picks up big slick. We're likely going to have ourselves a 3-bet pot here. Owen with a nice suited gapper in position. You'll notice, by the way, or you may notice, Doug actually re-raises to a
Sorry to be
smaller
annoying with
size.
asking you this so much, but you've got like
Well-
24 and 42? 32?
And they're shorter. Earlier, he was making it more like 4,000, a little under 4,000 when they were very deep. Now that they're only about 120 blinds deep, Doug's making it 4,500.
Check it.
That's Doug's approach. As the stacks get shorter, he actually goes bigger out of position.
Check.
Chris C, they can top up to any amount at any time. Doesn't have to be 100,000. Interesting turn card. Owen picks up a combo draw. Doug with the ace of diamonds. Could be relevant.
Owen fires at it.
Pretty big bet, too. 7,000 into 9,000.
Doug comes along. Owen with a ton of outs. That's not one of them.
Wow.
Ace king.
Okay, good thing though, Jack.
Jack would have been unfortunate for you.
Oh, add on another 10. Add on 10.
10?
Yeah, can I get some 10?
Yeah, man, what do you want?
Mike Brady is our resident heads-up specialist. Welcome to be on the stream anytime, but certainly when we have heads-up. He's probably seen and commentated more on Doug Polk heads-up hands than anyone on the planet, and we're lucky to have him.
I feel like we've played that exact spot today.
Lodge partner and
5 times.
upswing
Okay, 3-bet, check,
executive.
Bet big. Call. Check. You're in the tank. I'm like, we just play the same spot over and over again. Well,
Yeah. I've been there.
have you ever had it in that spot? I think you had it one time. You had it. You had the King Jack, and I had King 6, and I ever paired the 8. Remember that?
What, today?
Yeah, today. It was Ace, King 8 flop.
Oh, King Queen. I King Queen.
You King Queen. Sorry, what did I say you had?
King Jack.
Oh,
Yeah.
whatever it was had me beat. Is the main point. Fold.
Raise limp. Fold.
But I think we've played either 5 or 6 hands in that exact line today.
Yeah. I had one where I like bet versus your flop check, where I had like in the middle. I had like 10-9. And you had Jack 9 on Jack 10-7.
Oh yeah.
1,000.
We haven't played that line that much though.
Doug with a spade in his hand and an all-spade flop.
Going to come with a small bet, as he does on these monotone boards. Going pure minimum here, 400 into 2,000. And that's small enough that Owen feels he can call even with just the queen high, no spade. 10 of dims on the turn. Quick check. Doug pairs up. See if Owen wants to take a stab with this one.
Check.
He does not. Just a min bet went in on the flop. So Doug's got to feel pretty good about second pair here. Very strong hand.
2,000.
Owen is really mulling this one over. He does fold, though. Curious what he was thinking about. I assume raise? Because I can't imagine that hand calls. Maybe it does. I don't know. Weird spot.
Doug up now 102,000 for the day. Came into today down 188,000 in the challenge. So really cutting into it. We started the day 380, hand number 386. We're on 530.
Cruising. $2,800 in the live chat right now, by the way. Thank you all for tuning in
Yeah.
on your Friday. We really appreciate it. If you haven't already, and you wouldn't mind, hit that like button for us. It's free for you to do. Doesn't change your life really at all, but helps us out a lot. So hit that like button. Thumbs are up. And if you are enjoying the show and you want to see more like this, hit the subscribe button too. We stream 4 times a week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This is a special stream. High stakes heads up. Oftentimes we're streaming either 8-handed cash games, or more recently we've been doing a good amount of tournament streams.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of great feedback of our tournament streams. We'll be doing more of that. Certainly,
I think it's a great idea
yeah.
from our team to start doing tournament streams, because at the end of the day, the Lodge is one of the best places in the country to play tournaments regularly, right? I mean, I think that's very strong argument you could make that it is. I mean, we run a special tournament every Saturday with a solid sized buy-in and a good guarantee. every Sunday we have a 15K guaranteed single re-entry. Really good tournament. And then we very often run special series or special events like the Mega Monster coming up. So why not leverage that and show our viewers, show the world some of that tournament action?
Agreed.
Check. $5,400. Fold.
School Bus, I don't know about every Art of Poker, but we've done the last two and gotten great feedback, so you never know. Art of Poker, we set a record. That is a flagship monthly tournament that goes on once a month on a Saturday. Set a record for most players and prize pool last week. Congratulations to Sean for taking down
1,000.
a ton of money.
Check. $700. Check. Check.
Fourth spade on the river.
Check. $23.
Doug's going to fire at this. King high.
Yeah, cool.
You win.
Good call.
What a great call. Wow. Awesome.
Yeah.
Doug did not get one hand above to fold.
Yeah. Those boards. Those boards are tough ones to get folds on, huh? Those are some tough ones. At least I had value bet super thin. Got that going for me. I was like, I would definitely value bet Jack here. Is that crazy? I don't know.
The jiggities for Owen.
500.
That's crazy.
Doug's going to put in a poorly
If
timed
there was one
re-raise.
spot I could never bluff, it would be the 4 flush spot. Just hate that spot. How much were you behind? Like 10, 5, 31, 33.
About 35?
33K? 35K?
Like 10, 20, 22, 27. Yeah. Yep. Pretty much. Maybe,
We're good. We're
Yeah,
good.
35K.
We're good.
This is a clear fold from Doug, but he's considering it, so I might be a little off on how the spot works. Wow, he does call. Did not think 10-9 would peel against a 4-bet. It is a very small 4-bet, I guess. But wow, Doug does not want a 10 or a 9 high flop. Okay, well that probably isn't going to cost him much more money, if any. Very interesting to see Doug re-raise and then call the 4-bet with the 10-9 offsuit here.
Check.
Fourth diamond. They were just talking about these 4 flush spots. We're finding ourselves in another one here, albeit a little bit different, being a 4-bet pot.
Check. Check.
It's not a great board for jacks with no diamond.
Owen.
Wow. All in from Doug.
That 4 flush bluff is going to work. Nice hand for Doug. I reckon maybe a little looser than you would expect to see, but it worked out for him.
1,000. 45.
How much are you playing? 33, right? 33 to start.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like the 5th or 6th time Doug has inquired that. How much he's playing. Our graphics show about 30,600 in Owen's stack after his 3-bet.
Well, Doug's putting in the 4-bet, and it's going to work.
Right now,
That was a tiny 4-bet, too.
Doug is starting to stack chips. Up over $115,000 for the day. Went home last night, down $188,000 to young Owen.
I like add 9.
And Owen's going to add another 9,000 onto his stack.
Wow, someone in chat just said that they think Doug is only getting called by better on that river shove with the 10-9. Strong insight. That's probably true. I agree. Probably only gets called by better. Owen slows down with a check here on the turn after 3-betting pre-flop. Looks like Doug's going to take a stab. Really keeping his pedal on the gas. That's redundant. Foot on the gas.
Yeah.
Takes another one down. Doug's on quite a run here, up 120K today.
Yeah, he is stacking right now.
He's won about 2/3 of what he lost yesterday back.
You want some more yellows?
Yes,
Fold.
please.
How about you buy him for 20k more? I'll give you 20 yellows.
Sure.
I know you want to play 100 bigs, but just avoid like some real awkward short stacks stuff.
Owen is going to add another 20,000. He's been trying to keep it around 40,000, the 100
right.
big blinds, all day long with his repies.
Fold.
But now he's going to be slightly more than that. He's got 53,000 in his stack.
Take it.
Owen flops a set here. It's gonna be tough to get much action from Doug's queen high though. Florida Bill asks in chat, do you think after last night Doug studied and came more prepared, or is he just running better? Doug definitely did some studying. I know he studied how to play against Owen's specific raise size, 2.75x, because normally Doug studies playing against 2.5x.
For a check or
And I
a
mentioned
very,
it
very
earlier.
small
It's a
bet.
subtle difference, but it matters. And then he also
Sorry?
studied a bunch of the
For real,
specific
like a
hands
very
they
small-
played.
it's
So he
very,
definitely
very
did some studying. I don't think he was like
3300 is very
grinding
much,
super hard to
sir.
prepare, but he definitely did some studying.
1,000?
And I jokingly asked at the outset of our program today, stream, who got the better sleep, Doug or Owen? Come to find out, Owen had some fire alarm challenges at his hotel.
Yeah, just brutal. Come to Austin, play some high stakes heads up against a great player like Doug, trying to get a night of sleep when you're already tired and then the fire alarm goes off in your hotel. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Really unlucky.
There's the boat for Doug.
Check. 14. Fold.
Cool.
$1,000. Fold.
It is confirmed this is Owen's first time to Austin, first time at the lodge. He said he loved the lodge, the way it's only poker, and everybody's here only to play poker. Loves that above the casino atmosphere. Is everybody in this place is here to play poker.
Yeah, it is nice. No blackjack degens running around, setting the vibes off. Maybe that's why the lodge has such a great atmosphere, because no one's in the pits.
Exactly.
Never thought about that before.
Your card almost stuck to your finger there.
Clay Gilman says, just getting here today, who is up? So the cumulative winnings that we're flashing include yesterday's results, but you can figure out today's results by just subtracting $100,000 from Doug's stack. So right now, if you look in the bottom right, Doug has 221,700, but he's in for 100,000, so he's up 121,700 today.
feel like that's the first pot I've won in an hour.
You had a bad run. You had a bad run there. I had some stretches like that yesterday.
Yeah, a few.
It's a lot less fun when that's going on.
Check it. Check. Check.
8.
As they just finish up hand number 546, look for us to go for another 3.5 hours. That is the plan. Unless something changes with the players, that's the plan, is to go where we will stream till about 7:30 p.m. Central Time. It's about 4 o'clock right now here in Austin.
Fold.
Safi, could you order me some Chick-fil-A?
Chick-fil-A
I
being
want
ordered.
24 grilled nuggets and barbecue sauce, and I'll take a Diet Coke. You want anything? I get some Chick-fil-A. Hungry at all?
Probably can't have anything from Chick-fil-A. But yeah,
Oh.
I'd,
Mickey looked up some stuff that has
Yeah,
gluten-free
yeah.
sensitivity stuff.
Do you know what she ordered from yesterday?
no. I mean, she had like a.
She had a laminated sheet, I think, right?
Yeah.
Of like gluten
Yeah.
sensitive.
I have no
options.
idea
I
where
don't
it
have
was.
that, unfortunately, but I can look and see if I can find something.
Oh, okay, sure. She took it home with her?
She just put it in the chat, in the production chat, like a thing that you can keep track of.
Okay, I'll look.
It's a great shot of our 100,000 subscriber YouTube plaque on the second shelf there. We're at 135,000 and growing. We'd love to have you as a subscriber. We bring the content 4 times a week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Unless there's a special thing going on, then we'll bring you more.
Owen facing a 4-bet here with pocket sevens.
Call. Check.
Doug out flops him.
$46. 92.
Wow. Interesting check raise from Owen here.
Call. Check. $7,000. Fold.
Doug takes down another one. Folks, we have 3,100 people watching. We can't thank you enough, but got 682 likes. If we can get to 1,000 likes, I'll give you some names for who's playing tomorrow. And look at this. Cumulative winnings. Owen came into the day up 188,000. Doug has sliced that down to just 34,000. A tale of two live streams for sure.
Like a middling pair there or something?
Yeah. Bit on the spewy side.
It does that for pots, like the 7s and 6s where you unblock shit.
Yeah.
Another great flop for Doug here.
Check.
Pair and a flush draw.
It's the follow through turn. It's a weird turn.
You would have eventually gotten it through if you'd barreled off.
Yeah, it's such a strange turn because like Jack 10 gets there, so
Yeah. Jack 10 doesn't like it as much because you want me to have jacks and 10s and stuff, right? I mean, I'm sure there's like an equity part of it.
yeah, I think Jack 10's like, but it like shares cards with my value though, so I think it's and like Jacks and 10s aren't supposed to see bet too often,
Oh, okay.
so
Oh yeah, we're playing not deep anymore.
Fold.
That does change things. Poker is different on 100 big blinds than 500 big blinds.
yeah.
Times have really changed where I'm like, I like live poker with 500 big blinds. These online kids with their 100 big blind ranges, like, that was me for like almost my entire adult life.
That's currently where I live in that era.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm button right. Yeah.
1,000.
Okay. I really need to get some food actually. Now that you mention that.
You want to? Have you? So you can't do gluten, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I presume she's gone off to sort something out, or like
Sorry.
I presume she went off to like
Find
work
the
something
fee,
out.
I think, probably.
Yeah.
Can you ask production what?
Can we get an update on food for Owen?
Trying to find Owen a gluten-free menu. I know Mickey put a lot of time in creating
assume
this
some of those snacks are
90-page
gluten-free?
menu to choose from.
Or is it like?
Some of it's
serious,
got to
serious,
be.
serious
No.
business?
It's like you just feel hungover,
Fold.
you know.
Are these Quest bars gluten free?
I'll look.
These are
See what I can
delicious.
do.
I believe.
I know Owen's pain. I also have to avoid gluten, so
Probably will be.
I get it.
We'll see. Contains milk, peanut, soy.
Going over to the snack table.
Let's see, is it would normally it says gluten. Oh yeah, gluten free.
Oh, sweet.
These are delicious too.
All right, I'm gonna take a restroom break.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna take a quick break, guys.
Looks like they are going to take about, what I'm being told, about an 8 or 9 minute break. Little restroom break. They're going to order some food. It's Slick Rick and Mike Brady on the call today. We've had a lot of fun, and we will continue having fun as we're going to go what looks to be another 3.5 hours once they get back from their break right now. This is the day 2 of this match. If you remember, about 4 months ago, Doug put out this tweet. I'm issuing a $100,000 buy-in heads-up challenge to the world. And 4 people have so far taken Doug up on it. Bill Perkins, Scott Ball, Kevin Rabashow, and Owen here all have taken it up. And coming into today, even with the loss yesterday, Doug was up $218,000 on the overall challenge, adding another $120,000 right now today. He's pushing $340 in his overall challenge between the 4 players. So that's what necessitated these heads-up challenges. And Doug's no sign in him taking this challenge off the table. So if you are out there and want to play Doug, we'll get you on the schedule. It'll have to be sometime probably in the fall, as Doug is going to be doing some traveling. But Mike, your overall thoughts today? You've been every hand yesterday you were watching, every hand today. It's a tale of 2 streams today.
Yeah, it's happened a lot in these challenges. Well, I guess I should not say a lot. It's happened 2 times in these challenges where the first stream has been almost the polar opposite of the second, where, you know, it was the same thing against Kevin Rabashow, who's a very strong heads-up player as well. First round, it was all Kevin. Kevin ran really well, played really well, and beat Doug for a good amount. Then the next day, Doug came back. I don't think he really made any adjustments. The only things that really changed is the cards were different. You know, they both still played well, but Doug came out on top big in that one against Kevin. And then here, yesterday, it was all Owen for the first, 6-ish hours of the stream yesterday. Doug kind of battled back a little bit at the end. He was down like $250,000 at his lowest point, battled back a little. And then today, it's been all Doug. There's been basically no point where he was down a lot. I think early on, he might have been down like 10K, but other than that, it's just been a steady climb for Doug. And if we think about it, at one point, Owen yesterday was up about 250K. Right now, he's only up, about 50 or 60 for the 2 days combined?
I think it was last we checked, it was about 34,000. So
so that's a $215,000 swing from his high point. And, Owen's a great player, but I know they're high stakes for him. I know he hasn't played much 200, 400 in his life. It's tough to stay in there and keep taking it on the chin when the deck is giving you bad situations and, you're not making good hands and your bluffs aren't getting through and you're not hitting your draws. That's what's happening to Owen right now. So we'll see if he can buckle down and play well for these last 3 hours. I don't think he's been playing poorly at all. I really think it's been poor timing, poor cards. What are you going to do? But it's important for him to kind of, stay in the pocket like he's a quarterback under pressure, and then, make sure that, he's still playing his game. He's still playing good.
Yeah, and, if we equate it to boxing, a boxing match, he was on the canvas on that hand that he thought he had spades, and he, in fact, had hearts. That was a knockdown. That was almost a knockout. I did not think he was going to come back from that, and he did. And the professional that he is, he really was shaken up after that hand. I think that was, I want to say a hand like 467, or we'll definitely going to have that pinned at some point. But if you missed it, he had 2 hearts in his hand, and there were 3 spades on the board. He thought he had 2 spades in his hand.
Yeah, he literally called a $10,800 river bet with 8 high, nothing, just nothing. And it's because he thought he had a flush as he was calling the river. And I mean, the way the life drained from his face as he flipped his hand over was just so brutal to watch. I almost don't even recommend it, but it was kind of crazy. You don't see stuff like that on streams too often.
Yeah, no, and for those of you who have just joining us, we will go till about 7:30 Central Time. That is a little under 3.5 hours from right now. The players are on a short break. I think at the time they started the break, I was told it was 8 or 9 minutes, so we're well into that. So they should be coming back any minute. It's just taking a little break to go to the restroom and maybe order a little food. We started this stream at noon. The cards were in at noon. Stream went on the air at 12:30 p.m. The dealers are back in place. Shout out to the dealers, Bellagio, Anthony, and Liz, doing great work. At some point, they should get a replacement, unless they go the whole way.
That'd be pretty sick to go the whole way in the box.
I want to give a special shout out. There you see Maestro Matt Sweeney. He's the executive producer of all this. He runs a team, folks. Just so you know, I say it all the time. Skull Mike and I, and today Mike Brady, we get to drive in the front seat of this vehicle, known as the Lodge Livestream, and we get to be recognized. But there's so many people that make this show, and Matt leads the way in the production room. We have someone working the camera, someone working the graphics, someone working the audio, a producer, a game host. There's so many people are involved in this stream to make it happen, and the ownership has invested. If you've seen how far we've come from the product we had when we first started 3 years ago to the studio we're in now, there's a tremendous investment was made by the ownership group, because they realize that people love streams. And when we showcase the lodge and show the lodge cam of all the people in the room, it's pretty powerful. So shout out to all the people in production who make this show what it is, and most importantly, shout out to you, the people who actually watch this. Couldn't do it. We wouldn't be doing it if nobody watches it. We had as many as 3,100 people watching a few minutes ago before they took a break. That'll get back. When the breaks happen, people leave and then they come back.
People want to know how your 1-2 session went yesterday, Rick.
Yeah, I usually play 1-3, but I decided yesterday to go 1-2. I won $500, which is, for me, I know in the grand scheme of what we're watching today, $500 is barely an ante. But for me, it was a good session.
Yeah, I mean, 500 at 1-2, that's no joke.
Yeah.
Did you have any good hands?
Yeah, I hit a couple flushes. I think there was a flush over flush hand, which are always the worst. I always seem to either win or lose the most on a flush over flush hand. But had an interesting hand on a bomb pot 2 sessions ago. I had Queen 7-7 in my hand, an Omaha bomb pot, double board. Mm-hmm. First board, Queen deuce. Second board, 7-7-4. I flopped quads on both.
That's crazy.
And of course, no one had anything, so I got no action. And but flopped quads on both boards.
Well, that's amazing.
That
has to feel. Did you bet the flop, or did you?
I bet a little. I bet a little because I was in early position, and I didn't just want it to go all the way around. So
I think you made a mistake there, Ricky.
I know. I had it to do all over again. I'd wait for people to catch up, but nobody ever folds bomb pots. So I figured out.
Well, but you had all the cards, though.
I did have all the cards. I'm still waiting for the upswing bomb pot course. Coming soon.
I can always go play 1-2 with them.
By the way, if anyone's wondering, it was hand number 467 was the 8 high call thing.
Yeah.
To be honest, that doesn't sound like a bad way to close out my trip. Play some relaxing 1-2.
1-2 is going to be pretty goddamn relaxing after this, I'll tell you that much.
Check it.
That's definitely a steak that needs some beers, though. You gotta have some beers when you play the 1-2. Sober 1-2 is just no way to live.
Check.
Players are back, ready to go.
Owen checks back twice with a strong queen here.
Check.
Doug does not bite.
1100.
Yeah, we'll fix Doug's mic. I'm sure somebody is on that. Yeah, they just told him his
You know
mic
what?
was on mute.
So when I put in some streams a long time ago, people forgot to mute my mic. And since then, no matter who tells me it's good, I mute my mic. Because I'm like, I'm never having that again. Where like I walk.
Something incriminating.
No, because I mean, what I've really said, but I don't like the feeling of like people were listening to me and like I didn't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
And so
Who does?
I'm not saying I don't trust you guys. I'm just saying, you know, if I turn off the mic, I know it's muted.
By the way, chat, we're at 834 likes, 2,500 people watching. I know we can get to 1,000. And if we get to 1,000, in the
trust you
next
guys.
30 seconds, I will do 5 push-ups. And I really don't want to do 5 push-ups right now.
Wow.
So get us to 1,000 in the
There
next
we
30
go.
seconds.
Called out here.
Hit that like button.
They said in here.
1100. Call. Check it. $600. Raise 1500. Oh.
Doug just continues to hit his queen on the turn. And just so you know, in chat, I can see Mike. There's a camera on Mike that I can see in the bunker. So I will verify if, in fact, he gets out of his chair and does the 5 push-ups.
1,000.
Got a few more likes to go. I'll give them a time extension.
All right, time extension granted.
Check. $800. 800. Call. Check. Check.
Doug hits trips. Doug is in fuego right now, getting whatever he wants.
Check.
Doug's going to go for some value.
Yeah, quick call. Doug is getting very close to erasing the debacle from yesterday where he lost 188,000.
1100.
Check.
As he is up over 150,000 today.
$600. Call.
Doug, which is 10 high, not going to be going anywhere.
Check.
versus this small bet.
$800. Fold.
$1,000.
4,500.
4,500.
Fold.
Fold. Goes over. Pretty lady.
All right. Shout out to Bellagio Anthony and Liz. Great job dealing. They finally get a break. And Anastasia, the pride of Ukraine, takes her seat. Along with, let's see who else is going to be the second dealer. As you see there, cumulative winnings, Doug is coming roaring back. Up about
The
160,000.
guy over here.
And we've got the tallest
for
dealer
you,
in the country.
Okay. So in this exact lineup, it's actually very reasonable
Clayton.
because the arm length difference. But in the last one, it was not that different.
Clayton, who Iron Mike Brady will get a kick out of,
6'3".
is a
I'm 6'3".
amazing
You think he's
disc golf
6'3"?
player, winning tournaments left and right in the area.
My lord.
Yeah, I really want to play disc golf with Clayton next time I'm
we'll
in town.
take care of you guys afterwards because it might be really short. It might be a little while. So normally we pre-tip, but we'll take it care of the end. Okay, cool.
Clayton really loves disc golf, playing as much as he can. Got that.
I know that life.
Got that long reach.
Huge advantage in that game, being tall and somewhat skinny. If Clayton's like me, oftentimes you're just regularly thinking, when's the next time I get to go play?
He is. You and him got to get together when you're in town.
Yeah, he could probably show me a thing or two. Sounds like he's a very strong player. Both players pick up a draw on the turn. No draws come in. Queen high versus queen high. Owen's going to take a stab. Probably going to work.
Like that really weak. That was quick. Jesus.
There's the Chick-fil-A.
Or, do you want to just do a new hand? Do you see this?
Sorry?
Do you see this card?
No.
All right. Took a wild ride, but
Raise 1,000. Raise 4,500.
I fold.
Fold.
Me.
That's a weird
Bad
one.
hand.
No. Just the way the whole thing went down, and I had a really close hand to be able to defend, and I was just like, fuck it, just like.
Learned your lesson.
I learned my
That's
lesson.
the game.
Was it an ace that flashed?
I didn't see it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That card took a crazy ride. It went like hit side, go back up, came back down. I'm like, oh my god. Fold. Production
Looks
may
like
want
Doug's
to
gonna
mute my
soldier
microphone
on and not take a break while eating. He's just gonna shovel those grilled nuggets down. I didn't know grilled nuggets were a thing, by the way. I thought what a chicken nugget was is just like a collection of chicken goop thrown
Right.
into a fryer.
Right.
So how can you have a grilled nugget?
I don't know.
Do they just like take the chicken goop, cook it, and then like cut it into nugget shape?
I never had a grilled nugget.
Yeah, nor have I. I've had plenty of nuggets though.
Oh, yeah.
I was a big nugget guy for a long time until I realized that every time I ate gluten, I got sick. But before that, I was ripping those nuggets.
Both players with diamonds here.
Bet 1400. Five. Check.
Doug gets lucky.
Doug does get lucky.
Oh, diamond?
Diamond would have been disaster on the river.
Well, that was a really fortunate scenario. Worked out, can I just say?
We are getting confirmation in the chat that chicken nuggets are in fact chicken. Thank you for that confirmation.
Check.
Really big bet from Owen here on the turn. 5,100 into 3,400. He's going to get looked up by Doug with the King 9. Now Owen comes with a more middling bet, if you will, about 2/3 pot.
Is it 10 exactly?
Doug has a kind of nice hand to hero call with here. He obviously beats all the bluffs. And then he blocks some strong hands that Owen can have, like 9-7, ace-9, ace-king.
Hand.
But he does get away from it. Nice fold. Someone in chat, Marshall, asked, is Doug using these challenges for his new class on Upswing? Yes, he is. Doug is working on his new heads-up masterclass. Right now, he's already recorded 7.5 hours of content. I've watched a good amount of it, and it's really good. He's actually working on the course with his poker coach, Fabian Adler, who's a obviously very, very sharp player. He's Doug's coach, as you'd expect. And they're doing a lot of analysis of these matches in that course, showing the preparation for the matches. Really cool insight into Doug and his strategy and his preparation. And it's going to be a great course to take, even if you don't play heads up, even if you're just a Nolan and Hold'em player, maybe you play live, maybe you play online. It's still going to be a course worth your time and investment. Should be coming out in October this year, so keep an eye out for that on upswingpoker.com.
Excuse me. Ooh.
How does Doug want to proceed with this double gut shot straight draw here? He could check raise. Looks like that's what he's going to do.
Wow.
And it is the total opposite of yesterday, where Owen was really timing all these plays really well. You know, bluffing when Doug didn't have a super strong hand, calling when Doug was bluffing. It's been the opposite today. Doug is check raising there when Owen didn't have much going on.
Folks, also I want to give Mike a little shout out. If you want to check out some great content, him and his partner in Upswing, Gary, do some great work on YouTube. Little 20-minute segments, 20, 30-minute segments on different poker topics. Very easy to understand for all levels of poker player. Check them out on YouTube on the Upswing Poker.
In both spots.
Is it Level Up? Is that what
Open
you're
up your
calling it?
continued range of paired boards, just like all
Yeah,
the hands.
Upswing Poker level up.
Yep. Great work. I listen to
How are you
it
doing this?
all the time.
There should be some folds in there somewhere.
Yeah, if you want some, if you're a podcast listening poker player, go check out Upswing Poker level up. You'll like it. Put it that way.
Yeah.
You made 10?
Slick Rick approved.
There you go. Sorry for
Yeah, it's funny. Doug was telling me while he was playing the high rollers during LCS at the lodge
Yeah.
a couple months ago, he had people in the high roller tournaments, 5K, 10K, 25K buy-ins, telling him that they liked the podcast. So everyone from Slick Rick playing the 1-3 at the lodge to the high roller regs playing against Doug, they all enjoy my podcast. So maybe I'm doing something okay.
You are.
Appreciate it, Rick.
You're a legend. As Doug hits his
Prepare to
7.
take the lead, yeah.
And it's just all Doug right now. Has been most of the day.
Guys, we're getting word that this stream may be getting cut early. Might be down to our last few hands here, so drink them in.
Yeah, as Doug drops the flush draw. Hits his ace, getting all the cards right now. Yeah, you can see a little angst in Owen's face right now. I believe what's going to happen, folks, is what we're told is
harder to eat
after
your
the
food
next
with your
hand,
viewers.
they
You're right back in there.
are going to take a little break. And at that point, they have decided to call this match after hand number 577 ends, and we'll give you some final totals. But the players will go on a break after the next hand is what we're told, and decide to call it after 577 hands played. 386 yesterday, 385 yesterday, and just under 200 today.
Doug wins another 3-bet pot here.
Thanks.
By the way, guys, we're 6 likes away from 1,000, and I'll still do the push-ups, even though we're well outside the 30-second time span. Better hit that like button quick, though, because this is the last hand.
Yeah, this will be the last hand, hand number 577. We streamed for 4 hours today, 8 hours yesterday in this match. Heart draw here for Owen.
Check.
Doug with another check mark.
Looks like he's going to pick off one more bet from Owen here, too. I can't imagine him folding here. Rick, you saw I did the push-ups a second ago, right?
I did.
Okay, good.
You're a man
'Cause I
of your
didn't want-
word.
I didn't want to have to do them again.
Very good form. Here comes the raise from Doug, and there's the fold. And this is
Somehow more tilting getting raised when you have air than just being called.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
let's
All right,
listen in.
We're taking a break here.
Yeah.
We're going to take a little break, and that'll do it, folks. The final numbers, as they have decided during this break to not continue. The final numbers, Owen, in the 2 days, remember yesterday he was up $188,000. Well, Doug came storming back. Owen still will walk away from the lodge, a winner. $16,900 is his final total. And Doug's got to be happy with that. Mike Brady, your thoughts?
I mean, yeah, that was quite a day for Doug as we get one last look at the lodge for today. It was really just all Doug today. I don't think Owen really could have done much. Maybe if he made some slightly better timed plays, he could have only lost 100K or something like that. But I think with just the cards that were dealt today, it was going to go Doug's way. Doug was going to book a big win. And pretty much a wash between yesterday and today.
Yeah, I mean, Doug's got to feel really happy erasing that deficit. And, you know, shout out to Owen for coming to the lodge and taking a chance. There you see the Lodge Mahal, the Lodge Cam. I want to give special shout outs to the entire production crew, all 4 dealers who were involved today, Safi, the game host, and Mike Brady, who, folks, he's the best when it comes to heads-up commentary and even non-heads-up commentary. He's welcome in the bunker anytime. I really want to say thank you to you, Mike, for joining us again in the heads-up challenge.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
For everyone else here at the lodge, for Joe Strazzera, the general manager, for all the people who work here, the ownership group, as we get another look at the lodge cam, The ownership group, oh, there's Robert Eiler, AJ Soprano right there. For all those who make this such a great place to be, we'll see everybody tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central. Take care, everybody.